education future
Recording
in
in
Papua.
progress.
Allow me to invite you to sit in the front row before we continue. So please proceed to the ballroom, ladies and gentlemen, and also we will continue our parallel discussions.
Recording in progress.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to panel 8, Tech for Resilience. Welcome. My name is Izu Prawiranegara. I work in WRI Indonesia. I'll be moderating these panel sessions. We have 4 presenters. The first one, I'll invite Lisa Prastikasari. Please be seated at the front. Yes. Lisa will talk about the integrating IoT and data-driven monitoring to optimize remediation effort in pesticide contaminated agricultural landscape. This is important. I believe this is important as my lines of work is also involved in agriculture. We have an issue of over nutrients in land and it become runoff to the lakes or creating emissions into N2O emissions. And the second one, we have a special presenter here, the one and only high schooler student who present in this YES conference. I'll invite Hantari Angela. Please be seated at the front. Welcome. She will present the early detection model of eutrophication based on artificial intelligence for integrated waste management in Lake Toba region. So, well, it's very connected to the first presentations, right? On the talks about the heavily polluted landscape and our nutrients landscape itself. And the third one, we have a presenter from Bangladesh. He or she will deliver the presentations online. Can I see the face of the presenter? I'll invite Mizanur Rahman, who will present AI-driven hybrid emission control system, a computational fluid dynamic-based approach for sustainable and climate-resilient urban development. There's a title CFD, that's computational fluid dynamics. Can I, the Zoom meeting, has he already here or not yet? Okay. We'll continue to the 4th presenter, Iputu Aris Gunarta. Will come here and please be seated at the front. We're presenting about the empowering youth climate action through digital engagement, integrating climate resilience into community-based learning and local development planning. This is very interesting because when we talk about climate, it's quite distant, right? Except for those who experience it firsthand, like our college and in Sumatra, or maybe when we experience fires and stuff. So this is a very interesting parts of the presentation. How many? So I'll also welcome to the online participant who are in the Zoom meeting. Can we switch a bit? How many people are in the Zoom meeting? Oh, there are 6 people. Okay. And Ms. Anur Rahman, is it already in the Zoom meeting? Not yet. Okay. Okay then. And so, yeah, when we have a technology for resilience, we will mainly think about when we talk about resilience and technology. Well, I develop tools myself, and you'll meet with me again in the next panel 11. We talk about the technology for whom. That's, well, basically addressed because when we develop a technology or a solution, software and stuff, we know who's our main target are. And also the second one, the question is technology into what system itself? Is it for society wide, or communities, or the policy making, or corporate planning and stuff? And also the third one, because we talk about resilience itself, what kinds of resilience that we envision? Because we talk about resiliency, we talk about people, we talk about people access, how people respond, how people adapt to the changing climate, into the disaster surrounding issue related to the climate itself, right? And then we talk about just inclusive and the social transformation itself that being brought by the technology itself. And so, well, without further ado, I'll invite Lisa to present your research. Please.
Hello everyone.
Hello.
Good afternoon. How are you today? Glad to hear it. I'm good too. I'm Lisa Prastikasari from Akprin University Indonesia, Department of Environmental Engineering. It was an honor for me to present our conceptual research in Tech for Resilience subsystem with the title Integrating IoT and Data-Driven Monitoring to Optimize Remediation Efforts in Pesticide-Contaminated Agricultural Landscapes. That has been researched by myself, Lisa Prastikasari, and Omar Abdullah Rofi. As commonly we know, pesticides are substances used by humans to kill pests or organisms that unfortunately threatens human health and well-being and damage environment. And based on Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations, in 2021, Indonesia has become the third largest pesticide use country in the world. And insecticide type pesticide lead with 72.7%, the highest crop protection market share chemical in 2024 in Indonesia. So it is crucial to carry out remediation because pesticide, such pollutants, can alter the soil microbes and reduces the supply of nutrients and lead the release of water bodies. And unfortunately, conventional methods for monitoring pesticide contaminated land is inadequate because generally agricultural land is far from access to the laboratories. And one of them, the solution is integrating IoT and data-driven monitoring as our conceptual research. We have 4 sensors. First, NPK sensor for monitoring nitrogens, potassium, phosphorus contained in the soil. And second, DS18B20 that used for monitor temperature, and then pH sensor they use for potence of hydrogen in the soil. And last we have MQ135 sensor for monitor ammonia gas. And after all of the data will gather into microcontroller and transmitted by cloud data storage into machine learning analysis with especially support factor machine. If the data is secured or good, the data will transfer into microcontroller again. But if the data is under the quality of standard, it will send to Android application, and we can notification for the data. We can check in our mobile phone real time. And after that, we can next into the targeted remediation action. And after that, decision will make. Okay. And our findings is scalability and accessibility for Android application, especially in agricultural landscape, and data-driven risk mitigation for sustainable agriculture to prevent the hard and complicated remediation, and last, enhance precision and timeliness in remediation. Okay, it is a parameter we have based on our 4 sensors. First, NPK sensor, nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium. If the nitrogen less than 20 ppm, and potassium less than 15 ppm, and if the potassium is less than 15 ppm and phosphorus is less than 80 ppm, we can applicate of urea into the soil. And then if nitrogen is more than 30 ppm and phosphorus is more than 40 ppm and potassium is more than 150 ppm, we can stop complete fertilization and plant cover crops. And the next, DS18B20 for temperature, if it's more than 24 degrees Celsius, we can application of organic mulch. But if less than 10 degrees Celsius, we can add mature compost. For pH sensor, if the potency of hydrogen is less than 4.5, we can add a lime or dolomite, the ozone, and then if more than 8.5, use of sulfur with a controlled irrigation. For MQ135 sensor, to monitor or sensor for ammonia, the parameter is less than 0.2 ppm. And so we can apply bioremediation with vetiver or bicar. Okay, it's the data from Winston Electronics, the MQ135. From use SVM model to correct MQ135 output due to high sensitivity to temperature and RH variation. This is the retention of sensitivity sensor to the gas ammonia, and RO is the standard. And if the temperature is too high, more than 30 degrees Celsius, the MQ135 sensors will be decreased. But if less than 20 degrees Celsius, it's more effective to censor the ammonia gases. And combine ML character and H3 signal with the pH sensor data. If only 0.2 ppm, and if the potency of hydrogen is more than 7.5. Okay, for the conclusions, integrating of the sensors and support factor system enables real-time, continuous, and remote monitoring, making pesticide management more efficient and accessible for farmers, local authorities, and environmental practitioners. This innovation strengthens technology for resilience, helping protect soil health, reduce pollution risk, and support ecosystem recovery. Okay. Because it is still conceptual research, I welcome to criticisms and suggestions to improve our conceptual research. That's for my presentation. Thank you for your nice attention.
Applause for Lisa. Thank you so much. And we'll move to the second presenter, and that is Hamdari. Please.
So hi guys. So do you know what make me proud to be stand here? So you know guys, I really want to swim in Lake Toba. But do you know that I can't swim well because the algae keep hurting me. It's really hard and I don't like it. So I come here. My name is Hantari Angela Chibro and I'm the only senior high school here, and I come from Del Senior High School. Yeah, thank you guys. And now I will take you to my research about the algorithm that saved the lake. It's about the early detection model of eutrophication based on artificial intelligence for integrated waste management in Lake Toba region. So here we go to the next slide. Wait. So this is Lake Toba. Do you ever come here? I know some of you have not ever come here, but actually I believe that you guys know about this. Yeah, I come from Lake Toba, near the flood in Sibolga and Tapanuli Tengah. And do you know guys, this is the beautiful of Lake Toba. And that was the reason, this is the main reason I become here. Because beside this, Lake Toba is a breathtaking place. But do you know that it hides a secret? A really secret. You know, most of you only know about the general thing about this, but you don't know about the real thing happens in Lake Toba. Look at this picture. this is the actual thing that happened in Lake Toba. Eutrophication. I already told you guys, I really want to swim. But do you know that this has hurt me a lot because I can swim well. So that was the reason I make this research. So here we go to the methodology. This is my main objective. I make this research to determine how artificial intelligence can detect early signs of eutrophication, so that we can know about more accurately and rapidly than traditional monitoring method. And the second one is to examine how artificial intelligence generate prediction can we integrate into local waste management system to reduce nutrient input and prevent eutrophication. That was very boring. This is so boring. So for the main objective is I want to make an artificial intelligence to help people around me so that they can swim well, or they can make more fish. Like, do you know, guys, eutrophication can cause fish die? Yeah. That was very sad because our main economic growth is from the fisheries, guys. So I want to make this become a real impact for people around me. And this is my methodology. I have 4 methodology. This is so simple, guys, because you know, if you see the previous presentation, it have a big table, but mine is not. This is only 4. For the data source, I have 2 main sources. The first one is in situ, and the second one is ex situ. For the in situ one, I use the IoT, and I use the IoT and Arduino Uno. You know Arduino Uno is the same like ESP32, but it's more cheaper. So I guess this one will help people around me to make this become real impact. So this one, for the Arduino Uno, it used to see the nitrogen and phosphorus around Lake Toba. And then I used the XC2. XC2 I got from the image satellite. I got it from the Landsat 8 and satellite 2A. That was very good because we can see the color of the lake, and we can see the other. Like the first one is about the chlorophyll A. I don't know what is it, but chlorophyll A is about, we can see it from the green band and the red band. After that, we can conclude, oh, this is red. It actually can be, eutrophication level is so high. And the second one is about cyanobacteria bloom. I don't know how to read this because I'm not the biology kids, guys. So this is so affect my artificial intelligence because it affect the NER or near infrared. And after that, the last one is the turbidity. Turbidity is the most important things that we will have to see to make this artificial intelligence. Because if it increase, it affect the SWIR. It's about the sediment and suspended solid, guys. So after this, I have the data source. So what should I do? Yeah, I'm processing the data. After I gain the data, I process it. So I combine the time. First of all, I'm going to the gadget zone to take the location of my lake. So do you know, guys? I live in the lake front because this is my school. I'm a Dormitory kid, and this is the Lake Toba. So seeing the Lake Toba, wow, this is so green. This is so many algae here. So that I process it. I take the sample from from in front of my home, in front of my dorm, and then I process it with I make it from it's called by practice time series resultant data. So this actually really boring to guys because this is do you know, guys, this is like, oh, we combine data, we combine it with our location. It seems like we're using the geo matching. So we match the location and we match the data in situ. Like I already told you about the phosphorus, about the nitrogen, and after that we going to the machine learning models. Actually, there are a lot of machine learning that we can use, but actually I use the random forest because this is the easiest one to understand. I don't know how to understand the other because I'm only high schooler, guys. I don't have a main knowledge about this, so I use the random forest. So random forest is actually this is so easy, guys. So random forest, I already told you about the combined data and the place, and after that I'm extract the data to red band and to the great band and to the NER, SWIR, and the other index like a phosphorus or nitrogen. After that, I combine it and I make a random forest. I'm coding, guys, but actually this coding is actually really long, really long, and I don't have to explain about it to you guys because my main objective is to tell you about the environmental effect of this. And after that, after I get the machine learning models, I combine it with Telegram. So that if you make it tell your bot in Telegram where are your location. So for the first time, I make my location is IT Dell Institute. So like for IT Dell Institute, I make it 1. This is my locate, and after that, the bot will tell me, hey, this eutrophication level is high. So if after this, we will validate the data. After I make the artificial intelligence, I will validate it, evaluate it, and compare it. So for the first time, I will validate it. I have in situ, so I look at this. Wow, this is really eutrophication. This is the highest one. So I see from my data, oh, the data told me this is the highest. Oh, it's the same. It's matched. So I think we have to evaluate the data first and then validate, and after that we evaluate. Oh, this is matched. So actually my research is combined, and then I will compare it with the real life. So if I see, oh, it's not, so it's not matched with my artificial intelligence in Telegram, and after that I have around 15, or yeah, I make it for 15 weeks. So every day for 15 weeks, I compare the data, and the data again. So this is my findings. AI outperforms conventional monitoring across all metrics. I already told you guys, I make a research for 15 weeks, and then I compare it. So I get this accuracy. Accuracy is 90%. Okay, guys, I'm using random forest. That was the reason it was 90%. If I combine it with the other, it will be 79, I guess. It will be 97, I guess. But this is actually good. 90% is actually good. And we can predict the eutrophication like 5 days earlier than the conventional one. Like, do you know, guys, after this accuracy I get from the formula. The formula is about phi 1. So the phi 1 ini we got from the we got it from the
1 minute left, Hantari.
Okay. We got it from this. And after that, this is the finding. AI predict nutrient spike based on waste pattern. I already told you. And then the AI give alerts to village when waste rates increase. This help identify location with high organic waste, guys. Okay. And this is the finding. You can see it from this. This is the early detection eutrophication in Lake Toba bot. So this is the paid. This is the research. I make it Gojokson. So if you want to see the paid, I don't know in English, I'm sorry. So make it, we will use it in QRES. And after that, this is the result, guys. So this is the conclusion. It's pretty easy. This is so long, guys. Don't talk about this. I already told you that the conclusion is it helps everyone to understand about eutrophication. And for myself, because of my artificial intelligence, I can make any research about a smart photobioreactor to use this alga becoming remediation in Lake Toba. And this is the conclusion. Okay.
Next, please.
So this is for the future world, guys. I want to expand, like I already told you, I want to make a new machine learning, not only forecast, and this is one, guys. Oh, this is the most important pilot implementation with local government. Okay. And this is my last word, guys. We cannot stop the lake from changing, but we can predict its next move, and that is how protection becomes power. So that's all from me. Thank you, guys.
Applause for Hantari. We'll move to the next presenter, Mizanur Rahman. Has he in the Zoom meeting yet? Mizanur? No. Okay. And then we'll move to Iputu Aris Gudarta, empowering youth climate action to digital engagement. Times for you.
Hello everyone, good morning. We have heard so much about technology, especially about Internet of Things, artificial intelligence, and CFD-based model, but not attend today. We heard so much about technology, but today we will talk something different. It's about digital pathway for resilience. This is my project. This is a seed funding project from My Carbon Steps, and I have several peers, Mr. Arozak, Nasya, and Kori Salsabila. And one of my peers attends today, that's Nasya. Please stand. This is my peers of project, Nasya. And today, we will discuss about digital resilience, about empowering youth climate action through digital engagement, integrating the climate resilience into community-based learning and local development planning. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Putu Aris Gunarta, a graduate student from IPB University. You can call me Putu. I also a project leader at My Carbon Step. I come from coastal communities from North Lombok, a place where climate impact are not just theories, but life realities. Growing up there taught me one thing: resilience starts with people, not just infrastructure. So ladies and gentlemen, where are Indonesia youth today? Is there any of youth that doesn't have Instagram there? Please raise your hand if you doesn't have Instagram account. All of us have Instagram account. Data says 94% of youth use the internet and 96% own the smartphone. Yet 49.7% of them still have poor climate literacy. So the paradox is clear. We are the most connected generation in history, but still disconnected from climate action. That paradox is the reason why I'm here today. Ladies and gentlemen, across Indonesia, the gap between awareness and action persists. Climate messaging feel often abstract, too technical, or even distant from our daily life, our everyday youth realities. So ladies and gentlemen, our question was simple. Can digital engagement in the hand of young people become a climate resilience tools? As a youth, we cannot be only a passive content consumption, but as a peer-to-peer learning systems that embed into local communities. To answer that question, ladies and gentlemen, we launched Carbon Vlogger Workshop and Challenge, a hybrid model combining the interactive online workshop on carbon literacy and training carbon footprint and digital storytelling. Also, we combine it with youth-led vlog challenge as a communication action pathway. This also peer-to-peer knowledge sharing at social media, especially Instagram. This is low-cost models, replicable and sustainable and replicable for small communities and local government. This is our methodology. We use pre-test and post-test for climate literacy assessment and content analysis that produce 13 educational vlogs. Also, we conduct qualitative coding for participant feedback. We also use AIDA-based engagement design. We gain participant attention using our Instagram account, our posting about carbon awareness. We increase their interest using our workshop and challenge. And more, we increase their desire with the prize. So we have prize on the challenge, 1.4 million. These three major components combine and create action from the youth. So what is the result, ladies and gentlemen? We have a climate literacy gain, 14.7 increase in the knowledge of carbon footprint understanding. With the method of Hague, we gain the N-gain score 0.38. That means we have a medium effectiveness. We also produce 13 educational vlogs from the participants. Ladies and gentlemen, even with the scaling effect, what is the scaling effect on the circle, red circle? The scaling effect means that participants already have high understanding. This high understanding can problem when we identify the increase of knowledge. Even with this scaling effect for high scorer, the depth of understanding still improve with the category of medium effectiveness. These models implement with only 50,000 rupiahs in digital advertisement and 1.4 million in rewards. Yet, it reached more than 30,000 impressions on our social media account, our social media project account, and more than 20,000 vlog views from participants. And this engaged youth from 10 provinces across Indonesia. The result of our project is a low-cost, replicable, data-driven climate communication model that accessible even to municipal small communities with limited budget constraint. Everyone have limited budget constraint when we want to do a climate action, right? So these models only need a small amount, low-cost, replicable models. We also conduct axial coding for qualitative data on the participant feedback. This qualitative axial coding conduct a strong core theme, transformative youth environmental awareness through creative and interactive learning. The participant explicitly express stronger intention to reduce their daily lower carbon habits. So our project successfully to increase our participant intention to decrease their carbon footprint. Ladies and gentlemen, our models also a scalable pathway for local development planning. As I mentioned before, our model is replicable among youth community that have limited budgets. Our model also aligned with RAN API Indonesian project and SDGs 30 and another community-based adaptation framework. It shows that youth-led digital engagement can become a part of local planning, not as a side activity, but as a formal communication mechanism. This model also a pathway to resilience. On the individual scale, we can enhance their climate literacy. On social networks, we can increase the peer influence, and on the community scale, if they adopt this model, we can strengthen the adaptive capacity. And for local government, when they include
1 minute left.
the models, we can include climate planning and budgeting. Ladies and gentlemen, our findings show that digital platforms are not just channels, they are enablers of climate resilience. Carbon Vlogger improve the digital engagement and carbon footprint literacy through interactive learning. Our program also low-cost digital models over a scalable pathway to integrate the climate adaptation communication into a development planning. Ladies and gentlemen, youth creativity is undervalue of climate asset. This is how young people become not only just a user of technologies, but also co-creator of resilient solution. Ladies and gentlemen, this program can be a pathway of resilience if there is a help from every sector, collaboration from academia, private sector, and government. When we increase the climate literacy, we can increase also the resilience of our people. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, digital engagement is not only about algorithm, content, or hashtag. It's about empowering the voice that can reshape behavior, influence local planning, and strengthen the local fabric of resilience. If we want the resilience of Indonesia, we must not only build a smart system, AI, IoT, CFD, but we need also build a smarter communities. The youth are ready, and they need is platform and the trust to lead. That's all from me, Putu Aris Gunarta from IPB University and my Carbon Step. Thank you all for your attention.
Okay. Such interesting presentations, the three of them. The first one, we talks about solving actually the earlier parts of the climate issue, that is nitrogen emissions and also pollution related to the agricultures, and it's implemented in real time. And the second one, the issue, the preemptive informations about the potentials of eutrophication, possibly algal bloom, right? That's important as well, because algal bloom will kill a lot of fish in the areas, especially Lake Toba. Once it happens, right? Last 2 years, fish being killed in places because of algal blooms and stuff. And from Putu, we learned about, well, all of us has a phone, right? Has a smartphone. But do we talk about climate? We know here, we learn about the climate itself, but do we talk about it? And that's the breakthrough that I think about that, because we, as a youth, maybe educated one, will talk about more about the climate and how it can be reached to the people via ways, via systems. And so my task as moderator is have a guiding questions for the presenter here. And the first one, a pair one, Hantari and Lisa. I have a question for each of you. But how do you envision the usage of the system, of the technology that you created? Yeah, well, for one is for the local government, and the second one would be about the people with the vulnerable people with the limited use, especially when you're involved with the least involved with the farmers, smallholders, and Hantari will be involved with the fishermen, aquaculture and stuff. Hantari, could you please answer it?
So I think for the second question is how to implement it with the other fishermen, I guess. So I think for the to implement it with the actually I already make do you know like this one, may I speak in bahasa once?
Of course.
Ya,
No
jadi
worries.
untuk fokus utamanya itu kalau misalnya kita mau integrate ke dalam warga lokal, yang dimana mereka itu they don't have we have a lack access, right? Ya, apalagi di Danau Toba itu, like fisherman, all of the fisherman is lack of access dan mereka memang benar-benar nggak ada akses ke dalam teknologi, because we're the daerah 3T. Nah, jadi salah satu hal yang bisa itu sebenarnya if they have any technology there, bisa kita lakukan yang namanya tuh kita datang ke mereka, kita bikin penyuluhan, we told them this one, ini eutrofikasi. Terus aku tadi kan ada bahas tentang implementasinya untuk trust management, right? Jadi untuk trust management ini actually I already make penyuluhan kepada orang-orang itu. Jadi mereka sebenarnya a lot of fishermen in my area already know about this one. But I already told you that not everyone has this access. So buat mereka yang nggak punya akses, kita memiliki alternatif yang paling pasti itu kita harus kolaborasi kepada mereka government, karena kita membutuhkan sebuah produk di mana produk ini bisa dibuat kayak di Danau Toba itu actually ada peta gimana ya aku bilang di daerah Toba, tepatnya di pelabuhan Toba menuju daerah yang lain. Di situ ada sebuah TV di mana dia menjelaskan tentang peta-peta yang ada di Danau Toba mau kemana dan mau kemana. Tapi untuk para pelaut yang tidak memiliki teknologi tadi, kita bisa kolaborasi dengan pemerintah di sekitarku itu supaya memasang hasil dari peta yang aku miliki tadi supaya dimasukkan ke dalam TV yang ada di pelabuhan ini. Karena fokus utama dari fisherman yang ada di Danau Toba itu mereka bergeraknya dari pelabuhan. Di pelabuhanlah sumber ekonomi kami. Karena di pelabuhan inilah semuanya disebarkan dari ikan dan lain-lain. Jadi hal utamanya itu adalah masukin penelitianku ini ke dalam TV yang ada di pelabuhan tadi. Thank you.
Very good. If I may to summarize it in English. Okay. Yeah. If I may to summarize it in English. The first one for the communities, Danau Toba area, there's still lack of access, especially on the internet. And so the first one for those people with lacks of access will be via education, community engagement itself. And for more broader reach to the fishermen, the maps that result from the research will be displayed in the televisions that exist in the fisherman harbor in the Toba Lake. Okay. Oh, we have to welcome Mizanur because he's present now in the Zoom meeting. Welcome. Welcome, Mizanur. And Mizanur presents about the pollution in urban and how we can mitigate the pollutions itself via technology, via AI, and via tools itself. I'll give you the time, Mizanur. Please present.
Okay, thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
Today I will present our work title AI-driven habit emission control system, a CFD-based approach for sustainable and climate urban development.
Ms. Anur, if you can, could you please open your camera so we can see you here?
Yes, sure.
Okay. Okay, please continue.
Okay, thank you.
Please,
Okay.
please continue, Ms. Anur.
AI-driven hybrid emission control, a CFD-based approach for sustainable and climate resilience urban development. Introduction or background. The growing population and urban lead to scattered PM 2.5, nitrogen oxide, sulfur dioxide, carbon monoxide, and both emission. The air pollution in the state contributes to health hazard and climate insecurity. And our problem statement: no adaptive, no multifunctional, inefficient in dense cities. And there is our figure. And next, our research objective to design, simulate, and evaluate an AI-enabled hybrid emission control system capable of capturing PM 2.5, reducing gaseous pollutants, optimizing flow using CFD, making intelligence operational decisions. And system overview. Our proposed system has 4 major modules. Number 1, dust filtration module. Number 2, catalytic oxidation chamber. Number 3, solar assisted airflow system for AI-based adaptive control. And this is our block diagram for the AI-driven system emission control system. And next, AI control workflow. Here is our flow chart. There is a 3 model or models element: fan speed, filtration mode, and catalytic activation. And this we improve or increases efficiency by 80 to 27%. And next, CFD simulation method. To evaluate performance, or we computational fluid dynamics simulation in ANSYS Fluent to domain size 30/100 into 20/100 into 150 100 centimeter, representing a less steel travel environment. The CFD result clearly showed formation a strong vortex near intel, uniform particle entrainment, and efficient pollutant reduction towards internal filters. And here is our figure: CFD mesh and boundary condition setup. And next, CFD result. CFD result showing that significant pollutant removal, particular matter reduced, the removal efficiency 72 to 84%. Gaseous pollutant, carbon monoxide and nitrogen dioxide reduced 41 to 55%. AI plus CFD optimization operation 80 to 27% increase in operational efficiency, 30% improvement in dynamic capture efficiency, and 24% energy saving. And next, CFD result. And here is our figure 7 particle trajectories inside the system, and removal efficiency showing the result. Next, this is our pollution concentrate reduction output, and here is the output of MATLAB operation. Next, our system performance summary, and this is the figure of our system comparative performance, traditional and proposed systems. Next, urban impact development map of proposed smart emission control nodes. Cleaner air in dense hotspots, school, hospital, and market, and high traffic hub. Reduce disease burden and heat island effect. And next, our conclusion to summarize, we designed a smart hybrid emission control system combining filtration, catalytic oxidation, and AI. CFD and AI modeling confirm high removal efficiency for both particle and gaseous pollutants. The device is energy efficient, stable, and suitable for dense urban environment. Thank you for listening our presentation. I will be happy answer your question. So any questions are welcome.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Anur. Please give her applause. Ms. Anur, we are in the middle of a question session with the presentators. There are four, including you. The first one is Lisa, talking about the pesticide contaminated agricultural landscape and the monitoring. Hantari on the detection model of eutrophications, and Putu about the digital engagement. Please show. Okay, yeah. We'll continue to the question to Lisa. I may reiterate the question itself. How do you envision the usage for the system for the monitoring that you research, especially for the smallholders, especially for those marginalized people? Yes. It's on.
Okay. This.
Yeah.
Please,
Sorry.
Can you replay?
Okay. How you envision the usage of the monitoring system? The first one is, I think, for the local government and how you introduce to them and how they can use it. And the second one would be for the marginalized, vulnerable people. For example, like smallholders, those who lack of access, especially you talks about the agriculture, it involves smallholders, right? How you envision their usage of your monitoring system?
Okay. For the first question, maybe I will make our conceptual research really feasible for government, maybe. For an example, I'm from Riau province, especially from Indragiri Regency. Yes, the government is really concerned about agricultural because the commodity from Inhale is coconut. And recently, the productivity of coconut is really decreased. It's more than a half of the productivity 3 years ago. And maybe it is because of pesticide use, and farmers, they don't know about how to remediation. So, I mean, if I go to the government first, especially DPRD maybe, and few of partner of my parents, they will be they will welcome to our concept first. And for farmers, because my father itself is of coconut farmers. I mean, my father also acknowledge about this issue and our solution. And since last year, I have told to my father about this solution, and he really supports. And maybe it will be applicable to other communities and farmers in the region.
Thank you. And because our sessions are in 3 minutes, 3 minutes for the Q&A section. Okay. Wow, that's fast. Yeah. We go to Putu. The question is that, can you, we talked about the applicability, but you present that, and at the last sessions on the applicability to the government, to the communities, could you please explain it more detail? I mean, especially those, those with lack of internet access and.
Okay, everyone. Let me tell you about something interesting. Not everyone have access to technology, right? Especially for local farmer. Our local farmer, more than 50% are old farmer that doesn't know technologies, doesn't have access of internet, even doesn't know how to use these technologies. So as a digital empowerment, how can carbon vlogger or my carbon step help these people with limited resources to technologies? We plan to do youth carbon awareness systems that lead by youth that can communicate to old farmer. So we need funding to receive the youth voices to help people with limited resources to technology, to help our local farmer, to help that old people that doesn't really come into technologies. So it's conclude to the recommendation for our local governments. That's the question number 1. For local governments, we need to include the digital climate literacy initiative for youth engagement and youth funding, because youth have a value but have really limited access to funding, especially related to climate digital campaign, climate digital empowerment. So we really need government to take action and include these models or these systems into recommendation and policy. Okay, I think that's, thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And the 4th question is for Mizanur. Hello, Mizanur. Yeah.
Yes.
It's still on the usage itself, but what I understand from your presentations is it's about the decision making, so system decision making on the filtration systems based on the parameters of pollutions, right? Integrating with the computational fluid dynamics and also machine learning. But the question is that how do we implement it? What do you think? What do you envision of the implementation itself? Especially, yeah, well, we have several sensors in the cities, and also possibly each people within that city have like air purification systems, or in the school they do have air purification system. What do you envision of the implementation within the city itself? Please, Ms. Anwar.
Okay. My ambition to build a career where I can uh, combine knowledge, leadership, and social responsibility. I want to grow as a professional, work on impact projects, and contribute to sustainable development in my community. Young people, by sharing opportunities, motivating theme, and in their abilities. Ultimate, my ambition is not only personal success but also creating value for society.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Anur. Because we're at the ends of this panel, I apologize for the audience for cannot directly ask the question to the presenter, but you can still meet the presenter after lunch or during lunch break. And yeah, we have such interesting sequence of the presentation itself. Like we talks about the real-time monitoring of the pollutant of the agricultural fertilizer, and the second one's if the fertilizer or pesticide produce more and then been leached run off to the lake, how it impacted, how it potentially impacted to the water bodies. And then we have how we can engage the people, how can we increase the digital literacy, especially on climate, and the questions of how we approach those with limited access, digital empowerment and stuff. And the last one is that how do we mitigate those kinds of pollutions that already exist within the city especially. And thank you so much for the presenter, such an interesting presentation and such an interesting idea. And there's a continuation, there's a connection between each presentation. I hope you can meet with talks more, discuss more about the idea itself and collaborate. And thank you also for the audience. And with that, I end this panel 8, and thank you so much for attending. Applause for the presentation presenters. Photo session. Okay, photo session.
All right, thank you very much, Mas Izu and all the presenters. So I hope everyone can still stay in this room, and we will move next to the parallel panel 11. So the theme is digital tools for climate resilience, and Kak Sarah Silitonga will moderate this session. So Kak Sarah, the time is yours.
Good afternoon, everyone. I hope everyone is still excited for the next session of the discussion. So, welcome to Parallel Panel 11, in which we will talk about digital tools for climate resilience at the first International Young Environmental Scientists Conference. My name is Sarah Silitonga, Nature-Based Solution Research Analyst at WRI Indonesia, and I am very honored to guide you all throughout the discussion. The sessions brings together some of WRI Indonesia's leading young researchers who are pushing the boundaries of how digital innovation can support climate resilience, from nature-based solutions and blue carbon valuation to agricultural emissions accounting and water risk modeling. Their work illustrates how digital tools are not only reshaping environmental research, but also transforming how policy decisions are made on the ground. Today's session will contribute to the conference co-creation policy memo, so I encourage everyone, whether joining us here or online, to engage actively and share insights that will help strengthen our collective recommendations. So without further ado, I'll invite our speakers. The first one, we have Izu Prawiranegara. He will introduce a standardized GHG accounting framework aligned with global protocols, addressing data and methodology gaps in agricultural supply chains, especially the Indonesian palm oil sector. The next one, I'm going to invite Mila Hairuniza. She will introduce digital tools designed to enhance planning and implementation of nature-based solutions, supporting data-informed and targeted interventions. Yes. And then after that, I'll invite Citra Septiani and Bibra Saleh. A lot of supporters over there, I see. They will present the Ocean Account Calculator, a platform integrating remote sensing, carbon stock estimation, and also economic modeling to validate and monetize Indonesia blue carbon assets. One more presenters here. I'll invite Diandra Rafdi from WRI Indonesia, who will present about exploring challenges and opportunities in water risk platform development in Indonesia. All right, so everyone is on board, and let's just get right to it. Well, we all know that in this very digitalized era, everything is digitalized. Like, we have social media, we have platform A, platform B, platform C, and also platform D. And also at the same time, we're all facing this severe climate challenges that by no time will happen to be digitalized as well. So let's see how digitalization can work with the whole climate challenges that we're currently facing, and how our fellow Gen Z, the Slay King and Queen over here, can work together in solving climate challenges while also utilizing digitalization at the same time. Kak Izu, can you please tell us about your calculator?
Waiting for, oh, okay. The microphone is on. Yes, thank you so much. Nice to meet you all again. Maybe you're getting bored to see my face. Okay. Well, in this scientific conference, actually when we talk about the GHG accounting and product carbon footprint, it's simple. We just follow the methodology. We just use the database that's been published by IPCC or the national government or scientific journal. So in the research perspective, it's boring. Okay. But, sorry. Yeah, this is the screenshot from the tools itself. and the tools itself composed of scope 1, 2, and 3. But the main question is that when we talk about the technology itself, the digital technology itself, why? Why you create that one? Isn't there's a lot of tools over there? The simple question is that the first one, we are getting more and more the corporates, the downstream buyers, and the more institution demands the inventory accounting. How much emission that your organizations emit in a year? And your product, what's the emission intensity of it? How many GHG emission per tons of your products? If it's too high, I don't want to buy it. If it's low, good, I'll buy it, come to me. That's usually buyers. At least that's happening in the palm oil industry. And we do have SBTi flag. Many organizations, many corporates, many companies are pledging to reduce their emissions, annual emissions, their whole operation emission, and also their own supply chain emissions. And the issue, and the most important issue is that, how much is it? Can a cooperative, smallholder cooperative do it? Can a fisherman cooperative do it? Can small fishermen do it? Can the SME do it? No. It's expensive, yes. From the ERM research, it costs about like 15,000, not rupiah of course, USD. So, well, it's quite expensive. And when we do like community engagement, maybe some of us have a program engaging with the community, engaging with the smallholders, developing, let's say, social forestry. How do you measure impact? How do you measure your impact? Usually, possibly livelihood improvement, income improvement, but have you ever measured how much GHG emission reduced from the implementations of good agricultural practices? Without reason, this tool is developed. The first one is to democratize decarbonizations. And so more people, marginalized SMEs, smallholders, small organization get involved in the decarbonization process itself. And the second one, we open up a new ways of measuring impact, and that is how much emission reduction, especially for the community engagements and also social forestry and gap implementations, apart from the productivity, income improvement. Well, like I said, in the research-wise, it's boring because it is accounting. So we need to exactly follow the GHG protocol, corporate standard, line sector and removal, corporate value chain, scope 3, scope 2, and such. That's why the tools named AgriCarbon Tracker, and it used to account for GHG inventory accounting. What is that? That's a yearly accounting of how much emission our organization make. And GHG, product carbon footprint, how much carbon emitted for producing 1 ton of carbon. For us, simple. In a year, how many emissions do we emit from like eating beef stick versus eating like spinach, going to office with, 5 minutes, sorry. Yeah. And the activist coverage is scope 1. Scope 1 means direct emissions from the organization itself, and the scope 2, buying electricity from state-owned PLN. And the third one is indirect emissions that's outside of our organizations, but it emitted to us. Like if we buy some product must be produced in other places, and the production itself will emit. So it's part of the scope 3. But the limitation is that although this tool can account for the whole range of sectors, the tool haven't yet capable to account for like aquaculture. That's why we have, who's going to present aquaculture? No, no one here. Yeah, WRA has a calculators about the poster, yeah. We have the posters on the aquacultures. And also not accommodated for the hydropowers. And this is our tool development. Now it's released, but still in beta version. So the account and the usage cannot yet be used in widespread. But in January, we'll officially release it, so people can try it, and it's all free. That's why we talk about democratizing decarbonization. Like, if it's not free, then it's not solving the problems of like SMEs and the smallholders usage incapable of accounting their emissions, and also the NGOs who have a community development with smallholder itself. And this is the dashboard of the application itself. So it account for scope 1, scope 2, and scope 3, and for the historical reporting years. And if you want to try it, if you want to look at it, please scan the QR code here. It will redirect to the AgriCarbon tracker. Supposedly. But please try it. Oh, breakout room. Okay. I think my presentation finished here. The main goal is to fill the gap of high-cost emission, high-cost decarbonizations by, well, the first step is accounting how much emission you have in a year. And the second one is to give a tool for the NGOs, for the organizer, to measure their climate impact of their program. And the third one is to give a chance to the smallholder to increase their standing within the market to the buyers itself, because the potential issue of increasing demands of sustainability restrictions, sustainability data, is that it can potentially exclude those who are vulnerable, those who don't have a capital to involve in it. That's why with this tool, we aim to democratize decarbonizations. Thank you so much.
Great presentation, Izu. So it was a very interesting one, because we know doing climate mitigation, doing climate action should come from a very valid concept. Like, it has to be started with the calculation of the emission itself, so that's how you know which one that needs to be reduced, which one that needs to be adjusted. And it is very interesting to see that you're trying to make this tool as something that can be accessed by not only the corporates but also the smallholders one, because at the end of the day, climate challenges is something that everyone faces, and everyone has the right, the same rights, the equal rights to do something based on their capacity. So that was interesting. So we have learned how a calculator helped us identify what type of climate strategy, climate solution from the palm oil industry. Maybe we should learn from a different perspective. From the nature-based solution, we know that oftentimes it is perceived as the key solution to solving climate challenges. Then how does the tools work, and what does it do, and how it addresses climate challenges, how it helps ensure us that the nature-based solution does solve something. So the floor is yours, Mila.
Thank you, Sarah. Maybe can I borrow the speaker here? Okay, thank you. Okay, so maybe I will tell you about the NBS tool versioning 2, and I will give you some overview about the NBS itself. So, why NBS? Okay, so why NBS. What is the NBS? NBS is nature-based solutions, and why it must be one of the solution of our nature? Because NBS has potential to release a third of the emission reductions and needed to limit the global warming itself. And we are trying to do some NBS tool nature-based solutions in the Southeast Asia. And why is Southeast Asia? Southeast Asia have a whole unique, powerful opportunity. Like we have a people 175 million people with the highly independent to the forest, and we are also huge biodiversity, and also for the climate itself there is a potentially for the investable forest, and we also have a potentially for the blue carbon itself and for the protropical peatland. Yeah, WRI Indonesia now is part of the SIN coalition. The SIN coalition itself, part of the 9 collaboration organization that we are trying to accelerating the implementation of the nature-based solution in Southeast Asia. We call the triple benefit because it will impact the people, the nature, and also for the climate itself. How does the SIN will help everything that we need to implement the nature-based solution projects in a field? We are consist of the 3 work streams. The first work stream is the NBS tool itself, and I will tell you about the development of the tools. The second is the NBS portfolio that we provide the guidance for the NBS criteria in the Southeast Asia. And the third is the NBS incubator that we will try to provide the capacity for the frontline organization or the NGO or the CSOs. And the aims is to demonstrate, the aims is to demonstrate the quality of the NBS itself and the direct carbon financing, and also for the accelerate and scale up the high integrity demand of the NBS. And the other one is for deliver the triple benefit itself. Next, sorry. Okay. Maybe I will tell you about the overview of the development of the NBS tool. Okay. We have the third version of the NBS tool. For the first one is the MPV that contain about 40% of the total features. And the second one, for the version 1, we have 80% of the features itself. And the version 2, we have in the 100% of the NBS tool itself. And we also have the improvement of the NBS tool on the version 2. This is one of our research and brainstorm. The Crazy 8 is one of the methods from the Google. And we also have assist from the Google to develop these tools. And the Crazy 8 is the researcher and also for the others developers trying to figure out what they imagine about the tools in only 8 seconds. So over the team, trying to figure out the tools, or what kind of the tools, and also for the functionality of the tools itself. Yeah, we also conduct several interviews, and also for the consultation, we do the diary studies also for the frontline organization or NGOs and CSOs in the field. And we also conduct consultation in several locations in Southeast Asia, such as in the Philippines, in Thailand, in South Sumatra, and the other one, we conduct the consultation also in the Cambodia. This is one of our NBS tool product user testing. We conduct a session with the frontline organization, and we also get the feedback from them. And after that, the diary studies that I mentioned before is the trial NBS tools in the in 2 until 3 months. They can also give the feedback how the functionality and also what they need to improve the NBS tool. And this is for our NBS tool so far. We engage 6,000 and 2,000 users, and we also get 327 organization, and also there are 348 project scope, and we'll have a launch the highlight in September. We also updated our socio-economic data and geospatial layer, and also refining some metrics and assessment. Okay. Next, and this is the new technology enhancement. We also expand the analysis capacity and improve performance, and also we fix the bugs and the other requirement. And for the feature itself in the version 2, we you can also download the Geo PDF and the others one. And this is what user says about the NBS tool. They also says what they need, but what I want to emphasize this, we are using the user-centric approach to know what the users need and the iterative process in designing and also for the developing of the NBS tool instead. Okay, this is one of overview of our methodology. For now, the NBS intervention in NBS tool just for the avoided deforestation and ecosystem restoration, but we are trying to develop the other intervention, such as for the agroforestry. This is for the avoided deforestation. We use the current forest cover and deforestation risk with the historical tenures, and this is for the ecosystem restoration. Okay, next, this is the data set that we are combine the global, country level, and until the original layers from us. Next, sorry. Yeah, this is some of our data layers and our data analyzer. Next, please. Yeah, this is some our new geospatial data layers that you can see. We have also have soil organic carbon until for the benefit layers, and this is the original layers that we produce. And for the geospatial layers, we are also categorize the layers to ready to use, the data classification and harmonization, and that need the standardization. So we can also combine all the regional data and also for the global and country level data. This is also for the socioeconomic data pipeline that we have produced for the socioeconomic data. And this is what we are see with the interconnected with the Global Forest Watch and also for the forest watchers. And this is what we learned so far in developing NBS tool. When the user-centric design is a must and the capacity building is still needed. But the data integration requires strong standardization to do the comparability and ensure the reliability for the users. And we also must have the sustained data governance, and the partnerships are the critical. So we are joining the SKIN coalition. And the last word maybe for me, collaboration is key for developing some tools to enable the knowledge itself and also for the further scaling up the nature-based solution implementation in Indonesia and Southeast Asia. Maybe that's all for me. Thank you, Sarah.
All right, so we just learned how collaboration among actors and even among data could result in a very robust way in determining what type of nature-based solution that we want to implement to address certain type of climate challenges. All right, so before we continue, maybe Izu would like to leave the room since he has another business to attend. So it was nice having you around. Take care for the business trips. All right, so we have seen how digital tools address climate challenges in palm oil industries and also in nature-based solutions. And since Indonesia is dominated by the sea, by the ocean, let's see how this kind of thing is addressed in the ocean issues. With that being said, Chitra and Bibra, the stage is yours.
Yeah, I'm Chitra, and also here my colleague Bibrau. We are from WRI Indonesia. We are presenting our research or it's a prototype about leveraging Earth observation and digital tools of blue carbon asset valuation. This is a framework of for policy and sustainable management. Next, please. Yeah, sorry. So this is part of our research project about the enhancing evidence-based marine policy through all the utilization of ocean account, which are a collaborative research project between WRI Indonesia and the University of New South Wales. And also we have a lot of partners here, like the University of Mataram, University of Riau, and also the government of the Riau, and also the Nusa Tenggara Barat. And here the project is funded by the Koneksi, or the knowledge partnership platform between Australia and Indonesia. And here we also supported the Ministry of Marine Affairs and Fisheries, which in integrating the ocean account framework into the sustainable ocean management. So I would like to introduce a little bit about the ocean account framework, but if you want to know more, you can visit, you can visit the Global Ocean Account Partnership. You can just write it on their Google engine. And then in Ocean Account Framework, we have 7 accounts that calculated in here. You can see that there is environmental asset, and flows to economy, flows to environment, governance, ocean economy, combined presentation, and ocean wealth. But in this prototype of the developing the platform to calculate the ocean account, we are focusing on the 2 assets, which are the environmental asset, which are we are calculating the ecosystem asset like the extent and the condition, and also the ecosystem services. And we also try to calculate how the ecosystem can benefit the communities. And this is the ocean account is enable us, our countries, to understand the value of their ocean resources. We can also monitor the change over time, and also can support the evidence-based decision for sustainable ocean management. So we are here developing a prototype. This is just a version 1. So here we use the satellite-based data that are in the platform that we will explain later, which are the calculating the ecosystem extent, condition, and also assign the monetary value for the ecosystem services. And here we also try to explore the social account and also the GETSI aspect, which are using community base to support the narrative for the ocean account potential use for the economic improvement. So now we will try to look at the prototype we developed. That will be presented by my colleague Bibra. He is a full text developer that he is very talented to transform our thinking to this platform. Okay.
Teman-teman semua, sebelumnya saya izin untuk menyampaikan dalam bahasa Indonesia, moderator, karena ini hal yang cukup kompleks jika di bahasa Inggris. Baik, perkenalkan rekan-rekan semua, nama saya Bibra Saleh, sebagai full stack developer. Sebenarnya di sini saya membantu Citra untuk menjelaskan sisi teknis dari apa yang kita kembangkan melalui riset dari tim Ocean. So, melanjutkan tadi apa yang disampaikan oleh Citra gitu ya. Platform ini dikembangkan dengan berbasis open source, artinya dikembangkan dengan biaya Rp0, kemudian tidak tergantung pada lisensi komersil manapun, dan dapat diadopsi gitu oleh pihak manapun, baik oleh pemerintah, akademisi maupun para peneliti. Mungkin untuk mempersingkat waktu, kita bisa langsung saja melihat bagaimana platform ini bekerja. Ya, jangan dimulai. Oke, kami di tim Ocean menyadari bahwa dalam menghitung neraca sumber daya laut itu memerlukan banyak sekali data ya, banyak sekali parameter yang perlu dipenuhi dan yang mana sudah ditentukan oleh Global Ocean Account Partnership gitu. Nah, kita berusaha membuat sistem ini semudah mungkin untuk digunakan dan menyenangkan untuk dilakukan gitu. Cara kerjanya saat ini cukup simpel. Di platform kita user hanya tinggal menggambar sebuah area yang saat ini masih bekerja di dua kabupaten ya, di Kabupaten Sumbawa dan di Kabupaten Bengkalis Riau, karena memang studi kita di sana, kita mengawali proyek ini dari sana. Untuk melakukan kalkulasi Ocean Account, caranya cukup simpel. User hanya perlu menggambar sebuah area poligon atau mengupload file shape, entah itu GeoJSON gitu atau KML atau shapefile gitu ya. Boleh di start, mungkin bisa dilihat di layar bagaimana cara kerjanya. Dalam hal ini saya coba menggambar sebuah area di Kabupaten Bengkalis, Provinsi Riau. Caranya bisa melalui menggambar poligon atau mengupload file. Dipercepat aja. Next. Nah, jika dirasa kita sudah yakin dengan area yang kita pilih, lalu kita pencet analyze, system will automatically collect and identify marine resource in the area and also calculating the ecosystem assets. Dipercepat. Nah, ketika analisanya selesai, di panel kanan akan muncul informasi area overview, yaitu meliputi berapa area darat dan area laut. Kemudian terkait dengan coastal resource assessment, kita juga menghitung berapa luasan mangrove, bahkan sampai ke carbon stock, above ground biomass, below ground biomass, and the soil carbon. Kemudian kerapatannya juga kita hitung. Kemudian terkait dengan coastal protection analysis, kita menghitung berapa jumlah bangunan yang berada di belakang mangrove, bangunan yang terlindungi oleh mangrove. Kemudian yang baru-baru ini kita tambahi juga, kita coba membawa lensa lainnya dari kalkulator, yaitu terkait dengan GETSI. Kebetulan di area saya ada aktivitas GETSI yang kita lakukan gitu di Bengkalis. Nah, jika kita menuju ke tabs accounts, dipercepat. Menuju ke tab accounts, hasil identify dari area yang saya gambar itu semuanya bisa di-adjust. Jadi ini akan menyesuaikan dengan skenario yang ingin user sajikan gitu. Semuanya bisa disesuaikan dengan local condition jika mereka punya data. Nah, untuk menghitung accounts-nya tinggal calculate, dipercepat. Nah, ketika calculate, kita dapat melihat sedikit rangkuman terkait neraca sumber daya laut di area yang saya tentukan gitu. Dan untuk melihat complete reports-nya, user harus menyimpan analisanya. Tapi dalam hal ini, untuk melakukan simpan analisa, kita batasi kepada user yang memiliki akun saja, agar bisa kita kontrol siapa yang melakukan analisa. Next. Nah, jika kita sudah mulai memiliki akun, kita save analisanya, nanti ada satu halaman yang berisi hasil analisa saya. Nah, ini daftar hasil analisa saya, dan jika kita view, dia akan menampilkan complete reports terkait dengan overview, terkait dengan ocean accounts, terkait dengan GETSI context di dalam area tersebut. Gitu. Next. Dan yang lebih menariknya lagi, di dashboard ini kita bisa mengganti tahunnya, dan sistem akan menghitung ulang di area yang sama di tahun yang dipilih gitu. Mungkin sampai di situ saya kembalikan ke Sarah. Thanks.
Yes, thank you so much for the explanation. Maybe I'll try to wrap up a bit in English. So basically this tools is an open source one, meaning that it can be accessed by everyone since it's free. And how it works is simply by going to the interactive map and draw the polygon of the area that you want to assess. And then the tools will automatically identify a set of parameters in terms of the environmental and also the social through the Getty aspect. And interestingly, it also calculates the amount of building that is protected behind the mangrove green belt. So yes, that one is a very interesting tool. So we can see the value, how the nature is valued through a digital tools such as like the ocean account calculator. And without further ado, let's see how water risk and analysis is addressed through the tools that Diandra developed. The stage is yours.
Okay. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. First, please allow me to introduce myself. My name is Diandra Abirafdi, and here I am a water resource analyst in WRI Indonesia. And since I work along in water security team, our research mainly focus on technical and non-technical issues about water. And in this beautiful opportunity, I would like you to present our journey in developing Indonesia water risk data platform using Aqueduct 4.0 framework. And I do really hope you guys enjoy the whole presentation. And you do have, if you do have any questions, please let me know during the Q&A sessions. Okay, before I jump into the aqueduct, I would like to highlight our current Indonesia's water quantity. So, Badan Nasional Penanggulangan Bencana, through their assessment in INARISK, already indicates that several provinces in Indonesia already experience high drought risk. So, areas particularly in Java, Nusa Tenggara, Bali, and also some regions in Sumatra, Kalimantan, Sulawesi, Maluku, and Papua already has high drought risk. And the assessment from the Badan Nasional Penanggulangan Bencana also further confirmed by the calculations from Ministry of Public Works, which identifies that there are significant surface water supply declining when in transition from wet season to the dry season. And as we can see here, that in Java, Bali, and also Sulawesi, the demand has already exceeded the supply itself. So these areas are defined as water deficit areas. And the findings from the NPB and also the findings from Ministry of Public Works were further confirmed with our aqueduct platform. So this is the aqueduct. It is a global water platform developed by WRI and partners. So it allows us to visualize water map risk in three main categories. First is the water quantity, water quality, and regulatory. And as for water quantity, the aqueduct employs a hydrological modeling framework and water balance model, which is called PCR Globe WB2. And this is one of the examples of the water quantity risk using aqueduct, which is water stress indicators. So we can see here that the Java Island, as well as Bali and Nusa Tenggara, already face significant high water stress with a value between 40 to 80%. And not only about water stress, it is also indicated that Indonesia is also ranked 10th for drought risk and 14 for riverine flood risk. And this is the baseline model used to calculate the water quantity risk model. As I mentioned before, the name is quite complicated. PCR Globe WB2 is a grid-based hydrology model developed in Utrecht University in 2018. So it involves the calculations of water balance components, which broken down into 5 module categories, as we can see here on the picture on the left. So the output are varied, starting from water discharge, withdrawal, storage, runoff, recharge, etc. And they are available both in 10 kilometers and 55 kilometers. And the calculation is computed on raster data and applied on a cell-by-cell basis. So imagine you have an area of interest, then the area is divided into smaller squares, and this is what we call grid, and the calculation of the water balance is conducted in each of these cells. So what are our core drivers before we do our research? So our main question first is, why do we need national water risk platform? And if it's into more specific, why does using updated and Indonesia-specific data sets could improve the accuracy and relevance of aqueducts water risk assessment? So we believe there are three main reasons. First, by having our own national water risk platform, we could enhance national water risk products with additional quantitative hydrological model. And as for second, we believe that it could also address key spatial or maybe temporal gaps that limit the robustness of the existing aqueduct platforms. And also, it could provide scientific information to enhance evidence-based water management and decision makings, either at local scales or regional scales. And therefore, this is our ongoing research framework. So the idea is to generate updated and locally relevant hydrology model inputs and outputs in the PCR globe WB to support aqueduct water quantity risk analysis. So what we are trying to do now is we are trying to generate the baseline model in aqueduct before we further process it. So we are trying to replace some of the data sets, including the meteorological data, land cover class, and the digital elevation model. While the remaining data that has not yet been replaced will kept using default global dataset input as specified from the author to generate the outputs. So these are the examples of the outputs. And before I explain about the outputs, I would like you to mention the limitations that the simulations for now is only conducted for 2024 period, and using updated meteorological inputs and land cover only. And the results are both generated at 10 kilometer spatial resolutions. So each values here represents the conditions of the value within the single model pixel, which is 10 times 10 kilometers. So the first one, we have river flow estimates. So the value range from 9 to 15,000 cubic meters per second in 2024. And the river flow actually represents the how much water, or how much volume of water moving through the river channel. And also the total surface flow is the total amount of water that flows over the land surface into the water bodies, which ranging between 0.006 to 0.12 meters per day. And this is the result from our groundwater simulations. The first one, we have recharge. The recharge varies from 0.005 to 0.05, and it represents the rate at which infiltrating water moves into the aquifer. And also the groundwater storage, ranging from 70 to 18,000 cubic meters. And it is the estimated volume of water entering the aquifer system. So, from our previous exercise, what are lessons that we can learn? So we believe there are three things that need to be considered. First one is the pre-processing steps. This is very crucial to ensure that all input data sets align with the standard structure and formatting required by the model itself. Because without doing this, the model won't run perfectly. And second, we believe that by adding more quantity and quality to our model, it will reduce the gaps, and of course, it will further improve the accuracy and the reliability of the simulations, because we have more data coming into our model. And also, we believe that since our results is still preliminary and it's still not validated, the model outputs will require calibration if only the data sets is available. And as for our next step, we would like to expand more data assessment to replace the remaining models. And also we would like to integrate them as they become available. And also we would like to run the Aqueduct 4.0 with our new data sets, with our new outputs from the model if they are already robust. So these are also the opportunities and challenge from our exercise. And of course, the opportunities for number one, if we can produce the high accuracy map, we will have more accurate risk mapping. And also, it could be the baseline for local planning. Also, we could enhance our stronger policy alignment. And also, we could open for collaboration or research between institutions. And the model can also become the foundation for the hydrological models. And the challenges include, since our result is still preliminary, so the output is still based on modifying meteorological and land cover data. And also there are still limited data availability due to the fragmented data ownership. And also there's still some limited computing capacity and technical skills for high resolution modeling. And also, since we only try to run the hydrological model, the model currently only focuses on quantity over the water quality index. So, to sum up the whole presentation, we believe that the model still lacks sufficient contextualization and requires more integration of updated local datasets to further enhance the robustness and reliability of simulation outputs. And therefore, as for our further recommendations, we should integrate additional local datasets as well as collaboration with national or provincial agencies or maybe universities or research institutions to ensure the improved outputs can support the water risk planning. Okay, I think that's all for me. If you do have any questions, please let me know during the Q&A sessions. Thank you very much, everyone.
All right, excellent work. Since we're also approaching lunchtime, let's just cut it quick. Do anyone have questions? I'll open first 2 questions for this first round. Anyone else? Okay, we have 2 audience. Can you help with the microphone?
Hello everyone. My name is Putu Aris Gunarta. You can call me Putu. I am a student from IPB University. I want to ask the last speaker about using a large scale of national water risk assessment. How does the choice of high resolution 10 km influence the accuracy of identifying the localized of water risk, particularly those related to the small rivers and the distance from water bodies? Furthermore, can downscaling method effectively enhance the detection of these fine-scale risks at the small community levels? Thank you.
Can we have the second question? No, sorry, the other audience that raised her hand. Can you please, can you please tell us your question?
Thank you. First of all, my name is Amelia Azira. I'm from Indian Ocean Study Center. So I want to ask about the ocean account calculator. Actually, so it's a really great tools, digital tools actually, because it's really help us as researchers to research more about the actual data of the resources of the ocean. But I want to ask about that. It's stated before that the ocean account calculator was based on 2 areas of ocean, 2 areas of sea, right? In that have been researched before. Does it will expand? Because as an Indian Ocean researcher, I am research about Indian Ocean actually. So it will become greater when it's expand like that way. So I want to ask about that question actually. So thank you.
All right, thank you, audiences, for the question. We'll jump right to the first one.
Okay, thank you for the question. It was really nice, actually. So we believe that, yeah, 10 kilometers is still a lot of, has a lot of bias, of course, because we still don't catch smaller rivers at the end of the time. So we supposed to, yeah, so what our next initiatives is, we are trying to downscale some of the input data sets from the 10 kilometers. But I believe downscaling could also require a lot of techniques. And therefore, I think for now on, we just leave it as it is, as 10 kilometers. And in the future, maybe we will try to downscale all of the input data sets using the digital elevation models. But it should be noted that the digital elevation model has really low resolution, high resolution, around 8 meters if you're using DEMNAS, right? So yeah, I think for now on, we are trying to find the digital elevation model data that actually could best fit with our own exercise. So yeah, that will be my answers.
Yeah, okay, I'll answer about the ocean account. So this is a prototype that we are developing. That this is open source. That Sarah also told about that, and everyone can develop this actually. So we can. It's a blueprint to develop to the next version, like the version 2, version 3, version 5. That is very big imagination and that we are talking about. So but if you check to the platform, actually to calculate the environmental asset, like how the extent and condition of the mangrove and the other area, you can do it in other area in Indonesia in this version. But why we just explain about our pilot study in 2 regencies, in the Bengkalis and also in the Sumbawa, because we had another social data that we also tell about, like the JATSI, the social economic data, that we also put it into the platform that is not based in the satellite base. That's why in here we can give you like more data on it. But if is it very possible to extend, and if it's been taken by like the universities maybe, and if they want to develop this, you can also develop to another level of the version of this calculator. Maybe like you can do like if you are a user, you can also do like the data inputs and also the next analysis. But we are having the blueprints to go there. But in this this is like maybe we develop this like 3 months. Yeah, around 3 months to develop that. So before we still just have the framework, and in 3 months we develop that into the platform. And if we will still have a lot of time, that we will also put a lot of analysis on that, and we will have like the other version, like the NBS tool have now have their version 2. And also we can also develop this to maybe we can upgrade it or uptake by the NBS tool also can do it, like collaborate between Ocean account and the NBS tool. It's very possible. Yeah. Thank you.
All right, thank you for the answers. Maybe any follow-up questions or any other questions from the audience? No? All right, so the committee has told me that we don't have any time further, so let's just go right to lunch break. It was a very exciting discussion that we have today, and I'm very grateful for all the panelists and all the participants for the sessions. I'm wishing you a great time ahead for the rest of the day during this conference. Once again, thank you for being here. Have a great day and have a nice lunch.
Sekali lagi, Mbak. All right, thank you very much, Kak Sarah Silitonga and all the speakers. So everyone, now we have a lunch break. So if you wish to join the session in this room on the theme of Getsi, you can back here at 1:35. Thank you very much.
Recording stopped. Mbak Mbak Alika bisa mendengar suara saya? Tes tes. Tes. Untuk Mbak Alika, apakah bisa mendengar suara saya?
Halo,
Oh ya, halo Mbak Alika, apakah bisa mendengar?
bisa.
Oke Mbak, boleh tolong di-share ya kalau ingin mencoba untuk
screen ya?
testing. Ya, boleh.
Oke.
Udah, background.
Mungkin sebentar belum. Nah, ini udah muncul belum ya di pojoknya? Belum ya?
Sudah Mbak, dari kita udah muncul.
Oke, sip. Ini menghalangi.
Mbak boleh coba untuk bicara mungkin Mbak?
Untuk apa?
Untuk berbicara atau testing itu supaya
Oke,
untuk
ini.
mengetes suaranya.
Oke, ini coba ya. Tes.
Oke, sudah aman sih Mbak.
Udah?
Boleh, ya sudah aman.
Oke, siap. Kasih.
Baik, kasih Mbak.
Hi everyone. Are all presenters have arrived here? Can you raise your hand? Okay. Could you please just go up front and sit on these seats? Thank you. Siapa namanya Kak? Aulia. Oke, Smita. Okay, so we will be only having 4 presenters today that will be joining us offline here, and then we will have 1 online presenter. So we
Recording in progress.
Further ado, I'll just start our session. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Mita Tanaya. I am a GETSI and Ocean Research Analyst at WRI Indonesia. And it is an honor for me to moderate the Parallel Panel 14, Integrating GETSI in Climate Resilient Research at the YES Conference 2025. Before we begin, I want to briefly reflect on why integrating GETSI into climate resilience research is so essential. Across the world, and especially here in Indonesia, climate risks do not affect all people equally. Women, youth, low-income household, and indigenous as well as local communities often experience the first and worst impacts of climate change. And yet, these very groups frequently remain underrepresented in research, overlooked in data, and excluded from decision-making. Addressing this gap is crucial, and integrating a GETSI lens would ensure that climate solutions are not only technically effective, but also equitable, just, and grounded in the lived realities of those on the front lines. And when we look at the abstracts presented today in today's panel, we immediately see a strong threat as well as relevance in terms of climate resilience it is deeply social. It is shaped by power, inclusion, governance, and community knowledge. Today we will hear at least 5 presentations that each offer a different angle into the bigger conversation. And all of these studies will point us toward an important questions that I would like for all the presenters as well as the people here coming to listen to reflect together. The main question is, what does it truly take to move GETSI from a principle we talk about in the rooms like today to a practice we consistently apply in research, policy, and community action? So I invite all of you to listen closely to the presentations that follow, because the answers, or at least the beginning of all of them, are embedded in the work of today's presenters. And with that, let's begin our first presentation. I will let the floor to be half for Mbak Aulia Izzah Asmi to start your presentation. You have 10 minutes, and please present it in English. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the opportunity. Good afternoon, all. My name is Aulia. I'm from Universitas Indonesia, and today I would like to present my research about youth-led dialogic action for urban food system, which located in South Jakarta. So, to start, this discussion will build from the situation of the urban farming in South Jakarta, the bottlenecks from the urban food system and the urban farming there, and what recommendation that the youth should study from this research. As the context, I would like to start from how Jakarta's urban food system is marked by layers of inequality and fragmentation. So through the processed data by NV4, you can see here that the layer of the problem is not only singular layer. It has a multi-layered problem, such as governance, economic and market access, and class and technology, and also social as a predominantly problem. So what I would like to say is that the several patterns have emerged in the South Jakarta. For example, like how the food access is shaped not only by economic factors, but also spatial, social, and political inequalities, that the climate impacts intensify existing vulnerabilities through how the technological access is not equal for everybody, and also how the youth voices is remain largely absent from formal decision-making spaces, even if they have such ability to enhance their ability for the urban farming in the urban settings. In terms of the methods, for this research, I adopted participatory research approaches in terms of collecting the data. So participants are engaged as co-creators of knowledge. I am, as the researcher, not positioning them as data sources, but I'm positioning them as the co-creators, that I would like to share with them their life experience, the dialogue we held, and the collective sense-making processes that help reveal complexities that conventional methods doesn't reveal to us. And in terms of the how we know that the youth led the dialogical system, I use the soft system methodology to know that how do I say it? To integrate the findings. So, which is this? The findings is really messy and human-centered and have multi-stakeholder problems. So I use this SSM in terms of making it systematic. The first stage of the analysis is intervention analysis to understand what changes are possible and acceptable in our range. So in the intervention analysis, we have a multi-layered theme. For example, like the environmental and ecological system that they have been lost the function of farmland, even if they have existing intervention by Urban Agriculture Regulation number 14, 2018 by the Ministry of Agriculture. It still have unequal access for the conventional farmer in South Jakarta. So the recommended intervention will be enforcing the community, especially the youth community, for using the green space-based urban farming to integrate climate resilience indicators. And for highlighting this analysis, I would like to show that the youth, class, and knowledge is also reproducing inequality, but in the very same time, they are the actors of change when they are collectively co-producing the knowledge with the older and low-income farmers. So the recommended intervention will be the intergenerational mentorship, digital literacy, and community tech hubs that is supported by the government. In the social analysis, we could see that there are multi-layer of national development planning ministry, and in the second layer we have sub-district service. For example, like environmental agency, parks and urban forestry, and cooperatives and SMEs, and regional planning. In here, I would like to say that the youth cannot, the youth that has already have their existing community system cannot work by themselves. So they need to be supported by the local government too. For example, like how the local government and the national government could scale support for new farmers and equipment, secure their organic waste flow, and include the community urban farming in climate food strategies. Meanwhile, beyond the national and sub-district government, we have the farmer communities, including the youth communities, to product and compost utilization. Hence, we could see that when the soil health and food access growing, the community stewardship will be increased, and the farmer advocacy and negotiation capacity will be increased as well. However, we should also know that whenever the program occurs, we have to realize that there is also power analysis here. I categorize the power analysis by structural, relational, and the symbolic power type. The key factor in here is to understand that the structural power is engaged by the system. For example, how our government bureaucracy and policy control is embedded with the Jakarta's planning. For example, like how the green city is being produced, or how the urban and social land use regulation is embedded by the society. So we need another power type. The another power type is relational power that we could see there. We have social networks and participation that is dominated by the youth. The youth here is functioned for strengthened inter-community farmer networks, facilitating training for sub-district and community monitoring via participatory scorecards. Even if we have relational analysis, we will also have to emphasize the symbolic power analysis. Here we have the technocratic knowledge hierarchy, where the youth here being two actors. They could be an agent of change, but they could also be the the marginalizing actors here. So we need to recommend that we have to recognize local knowledge as expertise. For example, how the youth should be the agent of knowledge to shift the narrative to equity and resilience, featuring with the local farmers as the change agents. Okay, so we are shifting to the next stage. We have root definition. Root definition will make us know what is the desirable transformation that we need to do in our society. I would like to say that in the macro level, we have governance system as the supportive system for the youth. For example, like how the Jakarta's governance, for example, like Bapeda and Dinas, the agricultural service, local service should transform the Jakarta's fragmented technology-biased urban greening and food programs into an integrated urban food governance framework. By doing this, they will protecting agricultural land pockets, institutionalizing co-production with local farmers, and aligning spatial planning with inclusive food resilience. This is done to ensure Jakarta's transformation into inclusive green city. In the meso level, we have the municipal coordination system by the mayor of Jakarta, of the South Jakarta, by facilitating the farmers into partnerships and inclusive training in order to emphasize meaningful participation of farmers community. And in the micro level, we will see how the youth dominantly take the place when the community-driven system owned by the local governments, the youth groups, and also the NGOs. So I am mirroring from the existing model that have been occurred in the South Jakarta. They are networking they build the networking through the community garden and crowdfunding in order to ensuring each community survival. This is emphasized to bridging community and the policymaker. Okay, so what I have explained could be translated by this rich picture. Sorry for the small sentences there. So here we could see the regulation process that is done by the Ministry of National Development and Planning Development, that they made the regulation more inclusive for the society, and on the right side we could see the dialogue process. So Jakarta have already maintaining their farmers community that we could see there. They have farmer community that always doing their peer-to-peer knowledge and representation. But the problem is they could not how do I say? They could not communicate well with the ministry because they do not have the access. And and by the system, we could see that they could reciprocate with the ministry by using the facilitator from the Ministry of Agricultural and embedded by the Food and Security and the Fisheries Service. So we also have the supporting stage here that is done by the conventional farmers engaged with the hydroponic farmer. They will do I don't know, maybe here we could see that they linking the urban farmers with the fair trade supply chains. So when the community based activity between conventional and hydroponic farmer increase, it will ensure us to make the inclusive urban transformation more relatable for everyone. And how does it occur? We could see from this causal loop diagram, there is so many reinforcing system here, but I would like to focus on reinforcing loop 1. Sorry, this is too small. I would like to focus in reinforcing 1. When the dialogues, when the important dialogues increase, we could see that the participation is has a positive impact on it, and we could also see that it will make the green regulations and the dialogues between the government and the community is also increased. Because of the participation here is increased by the enforcement 1, we could see that the farmer could maintain their investment more and being more stable. So they could do more participation in knowledge sharing in here. That is why making sure the youth farmers stable is very important. So they could be more focused in knowledge engagement in here. And the last reinforcement is the trust here. When the trust positively increase, we see that the dialogues is increase more and more. Hence, the farmers could share their identity and having more coordination in every urban transformation and food system they would like to build. So, this is the conclusion. I would like to emphasize that the system is to make us understand easier about how the food system that is encouraged by the youth cannot be emphasized by themselves, but we need support from the government in the national level and also the sub-district level. I also highlighted that the low youth participation will weaken the feedback to policymakers. So we would like to enhance their participation to make them more stable and make the knowledge exchange increase. So that's why when they could emphasize their stability and the knowledge exchange, the climate impacts would also do by how they could decrease their vulnerability towards foods and lands, so they could increase their adaptability to make the urban transformation more relatable for everyone. I suppose it's enough from me. We could have more discussion later. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Alia, for bringing that insight from Jakarta's urban farming networks. I think it shows how dialogue and co-production of knowledge can strengthen just and climate resilient systems. Next, we will have Alika. She will present a gender-inclusive marine resource management as a pathway to climate-resilient coastal communities in developing country. To Alika, I think she will be presenting online. The floor is yours. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Alika, and today I will present the result of our research. But first, I would like to apologize because we cannot attend this conference in person due to several reasons. However, we are truly grateful we can still join this conference through Zoom meeting. Okay, so let's move directly to the main topic. So the main topic is gender-inclusive marine resource management as a pathway to climate-resilient coastal communities in developing countries. And our team consists of Dwi Rahayu, Salsabila Humaira, and also me. Okay, so this is the introduction. So in conclusion is, in the past decade, blue economy has become important approach in ASEAN's coastal area that depends on marine resources, and the main problem is that women play major roles across fisheries value chains, but their contributions are often unseen because of patriarchal norms and limited access to various resources. So the degradation of marine resources and climate impacts make their vulnerabilities even worse. So although many studies have examined gender issues in coastal areas, we identified a research gap, that is, there is still few studies that combine Harvard analytical framework with systematic literature review in developing ASEAN countries. And in conclusion, the purpose of this study is to identify women's multidimensional vulnerabilities linked to declining marine resources and to examine how gender-responsive resource management can support more resilient coastal communities. Okay, so this is the conceptual framework that we are using, and we are using three main ideas here from Hutchison and from Fahruddin, also Harvard analytical framework. So Hutchison reminds us that changes in physical environment can shape human behavior and even overall quality of life. So climate change does not only affect on the nature, but it also can create new social problems. And women here, women in coastal area often face a bigger risk because their role are not valued enough. And second, we are using biopsychosocial spiritual tools. It's from Adi Fahruddin. This model helps us to understand people in four ways, that is biologically, psychologically, socially, and spiritual. So by using these tools, it helps us to see how climate change affects women in many different parts of their lives. And lastly, we are using Harvard analytical framework to map gender roles more clearly, and then to see how activity profile, access control, and influencing factor. And then after that, this is the methodology we are using here. This is the research design we are used is systematic literature review, guided by Harvard analytical framework. And the search strategy is that we are using three main database, that is Scopus, Taylor and Francis Online, and Springer, using keyword combined that are gender, women, marine governance, coastal livelihood, fisheries management. For inclusion and exclusion criteria, we are using publication from 2010 to 2025, focus on developing countries and limited to peer review article, policy reports, and official documents. For data extraction and synthesis, evidence coded and grouped according to Harvard analytical components, that is activity profile, access, control profile, and influencing factor. And for reliability and validity, we ensure through peer debriefing, cross-source triangulation, and intercoder reliability checks. And this is the result we have. So the findings presented here are based from study conducted in India, Indonesia, Bangladesh, Philippines, and Myanmar. So this is the table of Harvard analytical framework here. And for the activity profile, for gender division of labor in marine sector, roles between women and men is quite clear because women focus in processing, marketing, and community stewardship, while men focusing in capture fisheries and then formal governance. For access and control profile, women consistently face limited access to assets, technology, finance, and training. And for control, control over marine resource is concentrated among men and formal institutions. So the access and control matrix shows that women still face inequalities that limit their power and ability to make decisions. And for factors and trends here, the influencing factors why there is gender gaps between men and women, especially in access and control profile, is because first is social norm, and then political exclusion, economic dependency, and cultural expectation. But on the other side, we see positive trends. We see emerging trends such as increasing women's informal leadership and growth of community-based marine initiatives that gives women more space to participate. And for program cycle analysis here, across planning, design, implementation, and monitoring, gender consideration remain inconsistent. So effective planning requires identifying gender-specific needs and gaps. For program design, must integrate gender responsive governance, and then for implementation should actively ensure women participation, and monitoring must use gender indicator to assess equity and governance outcomes. And beside Harvard analytical framework here, we also review findings connected to biopsychosocial spiritual. They mentioned that women living in coastal, so for the biological aspect here, women in coastal area face heightened risk due to reproductive health burdens and limit access to healthcare during crisis. So if there's a flood or maybe a natural disaster, usually the access to get the healthcare is limited. And then for the psychological access here, for the psychological aspect, women in coastal area face high-level stress, trauma, and anxiety because the livelihoods where they live are unstable, which impacts how they provide their family's need and decision about migration. And on the social aspect here, social aspect here, women focus in reproductive tasks such as caregiving, cooking, collecting fresh water, and exclusion from decision making make their situation more unstable. And lastly is spiritual aspect. So yes, climate change can affect the spiritual aspect of human. And for example, in Indonesia, in Selayar Island, one community there is trying to live in their traditional ceremonies because of intrusion of sea water. So disruption to cultural practices, community ritual, and traditional knowledge systems weaken women's sense of purpose and belongings. And here, this is a discussion. So our discussion highlight 4 major insights. First, gender power relations shape ocean governance. So women access, control, decision making remains structurally limited. Yet evidence shows that when women are meaningfully involved, governance become more sustainable, there becomes transparent and adaptive, so their participation strengthens the social fabric of coastal management. And second, positioning within existing scholarship. So our finding align with global evidence of persistent exclusion, but they also reveals community-driven and culturally grounded pathways toward more inclusive governance. This position our work within a broader conversation about equity in marine system. The third is practical levers of change. So the review points to the need for gender-responsive policy design, long-term capacity building, and community mechanism that formally recognize and institutionalize women's ecological knowledge. And fourth, that is theoretical contribution. So it's extend the Harvard analytical framework emphasizing power customary, specific research category within access to control matrix. And lastly, there is a limitation and future direction. So we are using systematic literature review, and of course there is a limitation there because this is it's from literature, so there is a publication bias and different contexts such as culture. So this point to clear direction for future research, including ethnographic studies, comparative analysis, and deeper inclusions of gender perspective in blue economy policies. So in conclusion, the study shows that even the blue economy offers new opportunity, women in ASEAN coastal areas still face many limits because of gender power relations. They are mostly involved in post-harvest and community work, while their limited access to resources and decision-making increasing their vulnerability. Their findings also highlight that women contribute to coastal resilience through informal leadership and valuable ecological knowledge. Even if these roles are often overlooked, the study concludes that gender-responsive policies are needed to improve women's rights, expand their livelihood options, and support sustainable marine development. Okay, that's everything that I can share. Thank you for the opportunity. Now I return the session to the moderator. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Alika. I think your presentation really highlighted the gendered vulnerabilities, and yet at the same time, their informal leadership do have impact on their marine resource management. And I think your presentation definitely shed a light on the often invisible contributions of women or coastal women. And next, I will invite Akna Ilmi and teams to present their community-based climate adaptation and rural water supply systems lessons from Indonesia.
Right. Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. It's a good day to be here. My name is Akna. I'm speaking on behalf of Rioneli Gaudensen, as he is unable to come here today. But I will be sharing about our study about community-based climate adaptations in rural water settings in Indonesia. Okay. So giving some background, so the government of Indonesia have a program called PAMSIMAS. It is a flagship program to build rural water supply in Indonesia. And by 2023, more than 38,000 villages have been reached by this program. But then in its implementation, we see a lot of challenges and issues. Like some of them are because of like water scarcity, infrastructure damages, social conflicts are making infrastructure not working. And one of our highlight here is 2 in 5 rural water supply fails to provide a continuous supply, or it's under 24 hours supply or intermittent. We say that intermittent. And this gives rises to water storing practices, which could be a pathway for contamination if they're not do it well. Okay, so also by the previous presenters that have presented today about climate changes, climate risk, we all know that it will be keep increasing from now, and like water scarcity, even increase of water, rainfall, it will up to 46 of these systems at risk of climate threats. So it will affect around 67 million across Indonesia, which is very, very a lot of people. So with that in mind, we did a study to evaluate the climate resiliency of this system and how the community responds to climate change impacts, and also we want to find the gaps of the systems. So based on these parameters here, so we are looking into PAMSIMAS, who is non-operating, intermittent, and also the medium to high risk of disaster risk by the BNPB. And also we're looking into the list of priority locations and climate resilience action in the water sector by Bappenas. So we chose 3 regency, which is Bengkalis, Cianjur, and Dumai for our study. For the sampling size, we collected 9 in Dumai, 4 in Bengkalis, and 3 in Cianjur. And this is our randomly selected across each district based on the MIS data, or the management information system from the Ministry of Public Works. So what we did was to interview the water managers. We interviewed asking them how to manage the water, how is the finances, how is the surface quality, and also we interviewed the households, like how is the water quality in their houses, in their taps, how is the intermittency of those systems, and out of those informations we make semi-quantitative scoring using the How Tough is Wash framework, which is created by the University of Bristol and their partners, wash professionals and academics, which we include 6 main indicators: infrastructure, supply chains, environment, community governance, service management, and institutional support. And one of each of these indicators will be assessed by a score from 1 to 5. There are like sub-indicators from these indicators, but yeah, if you want to engage more on that, I will definitely can give you the complete guideline after this, but because the time is limited, I'm just gonna say short stuff. Okay, so we also assess the community-based adaptations. What did they do to implement the adaptations for climate-related risk in these systems? So for the results, for the physical thing that we observed, we physically observed most of the systems. So our RWS is rural water supply. They did not have fencing around the water sources, so that introduces like activities like animals or human activities that can introduce contamination. It is an increased risk. And also, a lot of these systems, they build reservoirs, but like customized reservoirs. They build it themselves to increase the water capacity, but it is not. It wasn't adhered to the national standard that there is, and some of them doesn't have any cover, or some of the covers are corroded or already broken. So that increases also the risk of the water quality. And also in some of the RWS, the water source is located in a densely populated areas where a permeable septic tank is common, or maybe we call them chubluk here. There's a lot of common term for this, but it's an unsealed sanitation systems which can introduce contamination through the groundwater. Yeah, so for the social aspect, we see that women's participations in the CBO is community-based organizations, or the water system manager itself, is usually often limited to financial and administrative roles, or they're not given the leadership roles, the women's. And even some of the CBOs are explicitly saying that women's opinion does not influence CBO's decision at all. So they just do their work at financial and administrative roles, but they don't influence the decisions at all. Also, we saw some social conflicts and power imbalances, such as a whole family controlling the whole system. So they're like doing what they want, and no one's like can do anything about it. So it's kind of like the power imbalances, while water is right for every human, right? Also, we found that there are financial sustainability which is inconsistent, like they're depending on personal funds or donations to do their operational expenses, such as like repairing pipes, repairing pumps, and if there are no donation, no personal funds, then they're just gonna be broken for a while. So that's not sustainable. And also, but we have found some good examples of inclusion. So some of the systems are exempting some vulnerable groups from paying water fees. So they're like giving the water for free for the elderly, poor households and stuff. So yeah, out of all those systems, we scored them based on the how tough is wash framework that I just mentioned. And out of the 3 locations here, it is shown that Bengkali scored the lowest, but it is due non-function in Pamsimas. So out of 4 locations in Bengkali that we studied, 3 is not functioning. So 3 out of 4 is not functioning. But yeah, for all of the indicators, the institutional support is the lowest scoring dimension. Like there are no external support to help these systems sustainable. Yeah. Also, we identified some key problems like lack of training, unavailability of emergency assistance, minimal participation of women in water management, social conflicts, and sanitation risk. So we also find the community-based adaptations. There are like 2 main things. The reactive one, which is they're due after they find some indicators that, oh, something is going on with the climate. And also the preventive one, which is to prevent further damages in the future. So for the technical aspect, some of the systems, they modified the pump depth to take more water. So because in the drought season, sometimes the water just keep decreasing, and the water discharge is not enough for all of the people that they serve. So they kind of modified the pump depth, or they add new water source. And the preventive one is like changing the piping material, such as in Dumai, where sea water intrusion is kind of normal. So using iron pipe is not a good idea because corrosion can break the pipes, so they replace with PVC and stuff like that. But for institutional thing, the only reactive thing that they do is water rationing. So for like in dry season, people will get water at 7 to 9, but in region B, people will get water at 9 to 12, and etc. So they do this to help water rationing, like to get for all of the customers to get the same water volume. And also for the preventive one, like they have emergency supply deal with the PDAM. PDAM is a local water utility. So if they don't have water at dry season, they can take water from the local water utility. And also like construction ban for village wells and reforestations, that they also do that. This is the dispersions of the things that they did for the community-based adaptations. But as you can see, the technical stuff is more common than the institutional stuff across the sampling sites. So we revealed some barriers and gaps for effectively implementing these community-based adaptations. The first one is climate hazard, lack of financial support, low managerial capability, no water safety plans at all, and then low social cohesion between the community and also the managers. But this study also identified the enablers that can actually support and scale up the community-based adaptations. The first one is local knowledge. So it is very, very important to acknowledge local knowledge, and then community inputs, and also institutional support or external support for these systems to be able to sustain in the future. So in conclusion, most of the adaptations out of these systems are technical interventions, but then they kind of overlook the institutional or even social adaptations. And this may kind of like overlook and probably cheaper way to adapt with the climate change. And also, we found that well-received adaptations are more likely in communities with strong local knowledge of their water supply, and also combined with high social cohesion. And also for the key gaps are lack of training for the water managers, lack of access to emergency funds, minimal participations of women in the management, and then social conflicts. Yeah, those are the stuff that needs to be addressed in order to sustain the community-based organization in water provision in rural settings. Yep, so this research is possible through Connexi, Bristol, and UI, and also the SESTIM. the Collective for Climate and Environmental Sustainability Research Team, and we're happy to collaborate. So if anyone wants to engage with us, we're so happy to do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Akna, for the lessons from the community-based adaptation in rural water systems. I think it is interesting to see how resilience depends as much on governance as well as social cohesion as on infrastructure. So that is a really interesting insight. Thank you. And next, I will invite Naufal to present his presentation on natural disasters, environmental awareness, and vulnerability among poor households in Indonesia.
Thank you. Very good afternoon, everyone. My name is Naufal Ahmad Firdosyan, but you can call me Opal. I'm coming from the Department of Economics, Universitas Gadjah Mada. I'm currently a master's student in the double degree program between Universitas Gadjah Mada and University of Glasgow in Scotland. Today, I want to present my recent research that actually this is one of my assignment in economics of poverty class. For a simple, I want to seek that is there any effect that in poor household in the aftermath of natural disaster in relation with the environmental awareness. Well, yeah, this is the structure of my presentation today. But firstly, I want to give you like the context about natural disaster events because it affects multidimensional effect to our livelihood. For example, it can relate to our per capita income, household expenditure, as well as the leisure spending or decreased savings, and then affecting educational performance, other minorities group, and then for the wasting higher than unexposed children. So it's the effect is like a long-term effect can affect even in the during the childhood of people. Okay, so among the affected population, we know that the poor household is mostly affected by the natural disaster. It's due to their limited capacity to respond, especially to their inability to save their livelihood, as well as the financial constraint, lower educational levels, and lack of internet access. And then the climate change adaptation is one of the concept that the poor household should use to adapt with the vast environmental change. And one of their representation is to their environmental awareness through the perception and behavior. And however, the nexus between natural disaster and also environmental awareness is complex because there are two sides of this result. The other said that this is a positive impact on environmental awareness, but in other hand, it's going to be a negative on the environmental awareness. So we are going to address this problem by, okay. There are two. So the Indonesian context is remain understudied, and the second is that the focus is only on the general populations, not particularly on specific populations. And this is the research objective to investigate the impact of natural disasters on the formation of pro-environmental behavior and perceptions among the poor household in Indonesia. And this is the two theory that I use for this study, but I want to emphasize on this concept, the environmentalism of the poor. It's a theory. It is constructed by the prominent ecological economist Martinez Alier in 2002. It stated that the environment is not an object of recreation, but the fundamental basis of their economic, cultural, and social existence for the poor household. So natural disaster can be understood as the most acute manifestation of ecological distribution conflict. So the theory stated that if the poor household got hit by the natural disaster, it's actually going to be the most fastest household to adapt with the environmental change. So that's the hypothesis for this theory. And then this is the literature review about this condition, but I want to jump into the methodological section. Wait. This is the data. I'm using the National Socioeconomic Survey, so it's like a quantitative research. So bear with me, because I will present you with some statistical methodology here. I'm using these two variables, the behaviors and the perceptions. The behaviors contains like 12 questions as well as the perceptions. So it's like a linear between the behaviors and the perception. So we can assess whether the behaviors and the perception is consistent. I'm using the principal component analysis to construct the index for this data to construct as a y variable or the dependent variable. This is the main independent variable. I'm using the shock level and constructed from natural disaster events and traumatic. So it's contains 0 if no natural disaster events, 1 if the natural disaster occurred but the household doesn't get trauma, and for 2 is when you get the natural disaster and you got trauma. And the asset index I'm using for the wealth proxy instead of the per capita expenditure, because it's going to be like in statistics we call as the reverse causality. So if I'm using the per capita income, per capita expenditure, so it can affect the behavior, pro-environmental behavior, but at the same time pro-environmental behavior can affect the expenditure per capita. This is the identification strategy to make sure that the estimation is robust. And this one next, now this one is the model. I'm estimated the shock level, asset index, and the interaction term between the shock level and the asset index. And I'm using like vector control variables and region-sensitive fixed effect to control the heterogeneity across the regional city. Well, the result is, this, I will skip for this. Well, next, this is the statistic descriptive. We know that the environmental behavior is concentrated in some particular area. For example, in this Central Java and East Java, it's a high pro-environmental behaviors in there. But on the other hand, for example, in Papua or in Kalimantan, there is a low pro-environmental behavior. But at the same time, there are also a diversity between the about the perception index about the environment. So yeah, in Papua and Kalimantan and some part of Sumatra. Next, this is the z-score. So I estimate the deviation between the perceptions and the behavior. So I can assess the consistency between their perception and their behavior. And we know that I'm sorry. Yeah, the darker the area, so the inconsistent people in there. So some part of Sulawesi and Papua is going to be inconsistent with their perception and their behavior. The result for the statistical analysis is here. So disaster exposure, regardless of trauma, negatively impacts environmental perception and behavior. So see, it's significantly affect, but it's only significant in the perceptions. So if the natural disaster hit the household, particularly the poor household, so it's going to be increase their pro-environmental behaviors and perceptions. And the household welfare, sorry for the previously, okay. Yeah, the household welfare is therefore a robust determinant of post-disaster pro-environmental resilience. Next, wait. Okay, so this one is for environmental behavior. The main finding is that the asset moderation effect is exclusive to the non-traumatized disaster-exposed group. So I think that this is the main findings for this research, that if the household moderated by the asset index hit by the natural disaster, they will like increase their pro-environmental behavior and perceptions. I want to jump into the graph. Yeah, this one. So I divided the household by the asset index. I constructed the asset index for a welfare index into the 10 decile. So the lowest 3 decile is most poor household, and if you belong to this 1 and 2 and 3 decile, you will belong to the poor in Indonesian's measurement of poverty. So the effect is going to be decreased over time for the behavior. So it means that if you get richer, so you will have more higher pro-environmental behavior after the natural disaster. It means that the asset index is significantly moderate the effect of adaptation among the household in Indonesia. And then I also calculating the the perception also, but this is quite interesting. Previous slide. Okay, the traumatic effect is going to be increased in this part. For it's only applies for the perceptions. So it means that for first household cohort, experiencing disaster is associated with the negative impact on environmental perception. So for the poor household, they tend like have like lower environmental perceptions in the aftermath of natural disaster. So it's quite interesting because maybe they tend to go to the most safety at all costs rather than just doing a sustainable behavior, because they think like sustainable behavior is a costly behavior. And the last one, this is the score, the deviation between the perception and the behavior. And then the result is just the same. So this is just the representations. And the traumatic effect also also determine consistency between behaviors and perception. So the richer you are going in the aftermath of disaster, you will go more consistent than before. The conclusion is this is the conceptual result, and I want to jump to the conclusion part. So the study reveals that the adaptation process towards pro-environmental behavior awareness is influenced by the traumatic effect, which is moderated by the household's welfare. So actually, this is quite different with the environmentalism of the poor theory. And consequently, poor household tends to remain in a state of status quo in the post-disaster period, exhibiting minimal changes in pro-environmental behavior. And this indicates a significant burden faced by poor households because they're prioritizing safety at all costs regardless of their pro-environmental behaviors. And the last one, this is the limitation for the statistical analysis. And the last one is the policy implications. Because maybe government should implement affirmative measure to directly target the impoverished population to poor households in the aftermath of natural disaster. And the second is that the government have to invest in programs with the promoting pro-environmental assets like a waste bank or like infiltration wells and so on and so forth. And the last one is that we have to imply behavioral nudge established by the community level. For example, that if the government give us a subsidy for the waste bank, so that the people have to memilah sampah. So it's alter the behavior of the household. And I will end my presentation in this slide. So that's all from me. I'm looking forward for the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Naufal, on your presentation on how natural disasters shape environmental awareness across income levels. I think it reveals how poverty and trauma create different adaptation needs, which I think it tends to be overlooked by the government as they tend to often lump adaptation and mitigations measures into one without understanding the complexities of various intersecting sections. Thank you, Naufal. Next, we will have our last presenter of the day. I will invite Cindy to present her presentation on youth-driven action for climate resilience, sanitation. The floor is yours, Cindy.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, all. Hello, sanitation people, as we call our followers. Yeah, I'm Cindy, representing YS Indonesia Foundation, youth-led organization focused on wash and climate resilience. And today I'm gonna deliver our presentation, Youth-Driven Action for Climate Resilient Sanitation. And yeah, we start from our movement since 2018, Youth Sanitation Concern, and we also contribute to SDGs until 2030. And okay, I want to let you know that sanitation and water is a human right. It's essential, but in fact, nowadays in Indonesia, we have target like 30% access to self-sanitation. But in Lampung province, in YIC located best place, we still reach only 2% from 30%. In Bandar Lampung city particularly, we only reached 5%. So there are many homework for us together, not only government. And sanitation itself, facing threats such as damaged facilities and inadequate sanitation. Also, more worse when the climate change appears, such as drought and flood. This is the place our action took place. The name is Gudang Agen Village, located in coastal settlement in Bandar Lampung. As we can see, we found that coastal settlement, not all people community access to individual toilet. In fact, we found that 15 households or 60 people rely on this broken toilet and unsafe, of course, and lack of maintenance, and also not safe for women and children. And you can see the doors like that. Yeah, this place also facing climate change, such a drought. As a previous presenter said that the pipeline water is not flow 24 hours. Moreover, like drought, when there's drought coming, like they have to pay bottle or gallon water, and then they all mostly majority like middle low income family, so they also vulnerable group in this case. And the place also the community vulnerable to flood prone area, and then when the flood comes, they facing like limited access to safe water and sanitation. Also the electricity, water supplies like got interruption, even it's power outage for the day in disaster coming, and then day. That's why that problem like encourage us as a young foundation to do some action such as climate resilience to solve the problem. We want to the real action. I mean, I don't want to walk the talk. We want to do action. So yeah, we initiate this action with a method like participatory action research, because we know that through this method that we want to collaboration, contact-based and action-oriented, and allowing the community to fully contribute. Like we want to see them like involved with us together, not we bring the project, but we work the project together with the framework like identifying issue, analyze and planning, action, reflection, and the last one, improvement and iteration. The result, we start how we identify the issue. Yeah, we have the focus group discussion is 1 or 2 times, and we want to do like participatory mapping to know, to understand the community needs, what the problem, what the challenges, and what the social environment happening there in this place. And then after the participatory mapping, we ask the community, what can you do if we bring this idea to solve the sanitation problem? And then they agree to contribute in pre-rehabilitation, rehabilitation, and post-rehabilitation. Without this joint agreement, we don't want to start our action because we want to something sustainable. So we ask them as a beneficiaries, do you want to support us together, work together? Do you ensure the sustainability after our project have done? So they agree, and then we continue the action, and we analyze like what kind of problem happening, and we classify to 3 communal sanitation facilities, promotion and management of the facilities, and we also arrange the strategy. And after analyzing, we did co-design again to the community. Are they want to accept this idea like with the technology, adapt to climate change or not? And we need their input to start our action because it's essential. And then we did planning like technical and community engagement, training, technology, because technology is like unfamiliar for the community there. So we want to have the training for them, and we can learn together. As a young foundation too, we still learn about the technology and the community too. So we have the training, construction, conduct the community campaign to raise awareness, because sanitation is not sexy issue compared to plastic waste and other issue. So the last one, we engage the community. We encourage the maintenance group or CBO, let's say. And next, the collaboration and stakeholder contribution. So basically this action also supported by private sector. This one is company who produced the sanitation technology, and I think that's fit on our goals to adapt the technology for this case sanitation in this place. And also local government, we always include the government in our action because we need the recommendation. They have the data about the location, the people, the community, and they also can, together with us, did monitoring and evaluation. Participation, it's implementation actually. So before we construct, rehabilitate, we training the community, the youth, as you can see, like local youth, university youth who coloring the wall, and then YIC team like did filtration. And this is the technology that we applied to adapt to the climate change in the sanitation facilities, watertight biofilter, filtration during the flood, solar panel to reduce the cost of electricity, and then we elevate the floor of the communal toilet, and then we use the water-saving toilet. And this is the result before and after the communal toilet. And yeah, to promote sanitation and raise awareness community, we help Riverside Music Festival because the characteristic people there, they love to singing, they love the traditional song, also they love something like event. So we help together with them, university student, we collaborate with local band, and then we discuss about sanitation dialogue with expert. Even we have spot display to take a picture. As if you want to see on Instagram, there are many campaign about that. And then we collaborate with government, IPLT, Instalasi Pengelolaan Lumpur Tinja, to give the community door prize, sedot tinja gratis. So yeah, that's what happened. And at the outcome, like 9 households faced dislodging their house in that moment. So we also contribute to self-sanitation in the same time. And yeah, we encourage the form and training the community maintenance group and lead by youth, local youth there, because the community agree that local youth should lead this CBO to maintenance the facilities. Reflection. So after like 5-6 months, we also monitoring evaluation. We did FGD again, like what happening, are you guys facing the problem or not? And then the youth local maintenance group, like they facing problem related to water filtration. They think it's really small and it's hard to clean. So we improve and then we make the large one to become easier to clean. And then this kind of like happening flood in January. So this place like get flooded, and then this communal toilet fortunately still functioning. So I think it's useful, adapt to climate change. In conclusion, yeah, community aspect, it's really essential to put PIR approach in sanitation action, because in this process, like community can have and build their sense of ownership and long-term commitment. And then we have to put the technology adapt to climate change. So we have a need to transformation our technology from the conventional one to adapt to climate change. So we oriented to the future. And the last one, youth involvement. As you can see, we involve all youth from different background, like from our NGO, university, and local youth to be involved. Start from planning into maintenance. Yeah, and then the recommendation. In Banda Lampung, 21% youth population, and I think we still need like capacity building. We still need knowledge from our government to, especially for decision-making process, because I involved in some Musrembang, but they don't really hear my voice. They heard that, but I don't know where my voice goes. And second one, massive scale up. I think like Banda Lampung is like coastal city, so our initiative, maybe they can implement in other place in Banda Lampung, all largest like Indonesia. And the last one, develop a community-based early warning, because we were like focused on sanitation, so we don't really like capacity building with the mitigation of disaster itself. So I think that's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Cindy. I think your presentation is really interesting. You especially highlighted how youth action and appropriate wash technologies can actually drive a climate resilient sanitation in coastal communities, I think. And I'm particularly keen on your approach on how youth participation is needed in all stages. And it is as important to ask them to participate in co-creating strategies in order to create long-lasting changes. So I think we will have around 10 minutes for question and answer session. I will open the session first for 2 people if you want to ask any questions to all of the presenters. If you have any, just raise your hand and we will give it. Yes. Kakak yang baju putih dulu. Katata. Okay.
Okay. Thank you. I have a question for Naufal. So, because you mentioned John Martinez Aler's environmentalism of the poor, can you please explicate more on your final findings? Did it confirm his theory? And what are the dynamics? Because I don't think it is an absolute yes or no. I think that's my question. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, the environmentalism of the poor stated that the poor household tends to adapt with the environmental change due to their condition. They forced by the environment to adapt regardless of their condition. Sorry if I mistaken to interpret the theory, but actually my result is quite different with the environmentalism of the poor. Because as I said in my conclusion part, that the welfare status is matter to determine whether the household can quickly adapt in the aftermath of natural disaster or not. So it's like even I not yet to deep dive into the my interpretation and compare with the previous study, but maybe in the next, I plan to publish my working paper on I think in my platform in ResearchGate. Maybe I can share to you, but about this because I have to deep dive into the theory first and then to compare with the previous journal. But my preliminary findings, my outputs in my research is quite different with the environmentalism of the poor. Yeah. Hopefully it answer your question.
Thank you. Hello everyone. I am Tina from IPV University in NRVM's master. So my first question is for in household, poor household. Okay. Maybe the first question is regarding the vulnerability aspect. Did you observe any negative coping mechanism among households with lower environment awareness, or are they more like to sell productive assets? Did you observe to that too? Like it's the poor awareness they sell productive assets like land or livestock to survive. And in second question, in your finding or in your research, that's high environment awareness amongst poor household actually translate into concrete strategies, adaptation strategies, or do financial constraints prevent them from acting on that awareness, creating a sort of like trap awareness? Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So the first one is that I construct the asset index is based on 10 assets available in a household. It covers from the electronics assets, and then the household, the house of ownership, as well as the whether they have a gold, and then the internet access. So I determine the asset index based on that. So actually, it's a good alternative to add the livestock and then the other maybe agricultural land or something. But unfortunately, because I use the survey that is conducted by the BPS, Statistik Indonesia, and unfortunately the survey does not cover that variables. So I think in the future research we can add this livestock and any other agricultural asset or something like that to the estimations. And the second part is the financial constraint. And in my study, actually, I I proxied the welfare through the asset index. Why I don't use the per capita income or the income or the financial income of the household, because it does not cover in the a survey first. That is the first. And the second is that there is a issue in statistical we called as the reverse causality, as I mentioned before, because if I use the per capita expenditure, it can affect the adaptations process, but at the same time adaptation process can affect the per capita expenditure. So it's going to be a noise in my estimations. So I'm not using that as a proxy for the welfare. So instead, I'm using the asset index in assumption that in the aftermath of disaster, the asset does not destruct, does not vanish in my assumptions in the aftermath of disaster. Maybe you got flood or earthquake. Your television is not gonna vanish at the same time. Yeah. So I'm using that asset index as a proxy for welfare, and the welfare, I emphasize that the welfare condition is matter to for the poor household to adapt with the conditions. So that's why my policy implication is that the government should prioritize the poor household or the vulnerable household during the evacuation and any other process of adaptations in the aftermath of natural disaster. Thank you. Hope that answered the question.
Thank you very much, Naufal, and all of the people that asked. Sadly, that is all with the time that we have today. But before we close this session, I think I would like to have I would explain at least some of conclusion of the running threads as well as the emerging themes that all of these presenters have presented today. We heard today there was 5 separate studies and 5 different entry points into a shared truth, I think. That is, the climate resilience is ultimately a social project. It is shaped by power, inclusion, participation, and the everyday realities of communities. I think all of the presenters have showcased that. And then across the urban food system, coastal governance, rural water supply, as well as disaster vulnerability and sanitation, a few themes kept surfacing that I've been taking notes. First, the importance of dialogue and co-creation, whether in Jakarta, food sheds, or coastal resource management, the spaces where people can speak, negotiate, and make sense of change together consistently emerge as the foundation for adaptation. I think all of your presentations showcase that. And then second, feasibility of whose work, whose knowledge, and whose vulnerability counts. From women in marine supply chains and whose labor sustains the ecosystem, to rural communities whose coping strategies are deeply shaped by their trust to the governance and cohesion, as well as to the low-income households whose post-disaster behavior is shaped by trauma more than by choice. So I think today reminded us that resilience cannot be built on blind spots. And third, I think it is also important for us to actually understand that shared knowledge and shared ownership, community-driven action, youth-led experimentation, and local knowledge were not an add-ons. They were the drivers for solutions that actually work on the ground. And then lastly, I think the idea that technology or infrastructure alone is never enough. Resilience grows when systems recognize people, like in your presentations, their fears, their constraints, their traumas, their aspirations and whatnot, and their capacity to co-design change. And together, this insight bring us back to the question we opened for the session. What does it truly take to move GETSI from principle to practice? And I think perhaps our today's discussion actually suggests an answer from all of your presentations, and that GETSI becomes real when we design climate solutions that are not only strategic but also invisible for those who are invisible, and that redistributing the voices and agency allows community to redefine what is resilience and shaping their own future for the next term. So I think, thank you for all of the presenters. We could give a round of applause for all of us. Thank you. And before we officially close the session, I would like to ask for all of the participants and then presenters to take pictures together. And I will ask also for the presenters online and then the participant online to open your camera, and then we can take the pictures together. Thank you. Maybe all of you could go in front for the taking pictures, or is it just the presenter first? Okay. Oh, okay, sure. So for the first session, maybe the presenters. For all of the people in the room, could you please stand up and then we could take a picture?
Recording stopped.
Rekan-rekan sekarang bisa ke sesi poster presentation. So we will have poster presentation till 4 p.m. So it's kind of 1 hour, and after that we will have session in the ballroom. Thank you. Oh yeah, and don't forget to vote your favorite poster. If you have your stickers And yeah, just stick the stickers on your favorite post in the designated column. Thank you all.